All right, Jordan, we're ready on eScribe and YouTube, so good to go right at 12:30.
Great, thanks, Amanda. Okay, good afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and call the Land Use and Planning Committee for June 1st to order. I'll go through the instructions on how to join the meeting as we have more folks joining us than usual. You can access our meeting agenda by visiting ci.missoula.mt.us/webcasts, and there you'll find the link to join the live meeting. If you're in the live Zoom meeting, you can provide public comment by using the hand raise feature in Zoom. You can also call and leave us a voicemail, audio public comment 406-552-6012. Council receives those in real time. You can email us at council@ci.missoula.mt.us. Anyone joining via YouTube or watching on MCAT is welcome to avail themselves of either of those public comment methods. Our first item of business is roll call. Amanda, can you call the roll, please?
Yes. Anderson?
She's absent today.
Absent. Becerra?
Present.
Carlino?
Present.
Contos?
Here.
Hess?
Present.
Jones?
Present.
Jordan? Absent. Nugent?
Present.
Savage?
Present.
Cheryl?
Present.
Vasika?
Present.
And Wes is absent. All right, but you do have a quorum.
Okay, thanks. We have minutes to approve for May 11th. Are there changes to those minutes? Seeing none, those will be approved. Is there any public comment on items not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, there will be multiple public comment opportunities for our agenda item, so we'll circle back to that. We have one item of committee business. We have 5 hours scheduled for that item. I trust that time will go quickly. There's a lot to cover, there's a schedule published on the agenda that I intend to keep us pretty tightly in compliance with. So I'll just do a quick overview. We're going to do about a 20-minute, and I guess the shorter my overview, the closer to 20 minutes it'll be. But we're going to do a brief overview from Dave DeGrandpré and answer any initial committee questions. We'll have public comment for 2 hours from 12:50 to 2:50. This will include the proponents, which includes the developer team. and the opponents for 1 hour each. And we'll take a short break. We'll reconvene and dive into specific issues that were raised at previous meetings, including transportation issues, public safety issues, including wildfire danger and evacuation protocols. And we'll follow up with a discussion on the development agreement that has been proposed by the developer as a companion item along with this process. Lastly, we will circle back to additional public comment as time allows and have follow-up discussion. There won't be any votes today, and this will be back for final consideration and deliberation on June 6th. So with that, are there any questions on process before we get going? Okay, seeing none, I will turn it over to Dave. Dave.
Good afternoon, councilors. Thank you, Jordan. I'm going to share my screen and give a brief presentation. All right, can you all see that?
Not yet.
Try this again. How about now?
I am seeing, yes, we're seeing your full screen slides now.
Okay, fabulous. So again, this is a bit of a refresher on the application to rezone the property at 2900, 2920, and 2990 Expo Parkway from multiple zoning districts to RM1-45. Under Montana law, zoning amendments are based on state law and also Missoula Title 20, our zoning ordinance. Unlike subdivisions and annexations, there are no conditions of approval. It's either a thumbs up or a thumbs down vote. And approval of a zone change or rezoning is not the same as approval of a specific development plan. General location, I'm sure you're all quite familiar with it, but just to orient you a little bit, you can see the parcel, two parcels in fact, formal gravel pit, 44 acres in size. On the southern parcel, two multi-family structures have been developed. To the east are Cottonwood Condominiums and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. And then Grant Creek to the north, single-family residential homes in the Prospect neighborhood. To the west is a steep hillside, undeveloped. And then to the south and southeast, you have highway commercial oriented development like hotels, restaurants, coffee shops, etc. Subject property is well within the city limits. The city limits are shown in red. There are several hundred homes to the north of the property in the Grant Creek neighborhood. Surrounding the development, I guess I touched on this already. Several different types of development, highway-oriented commercial again to the south, higher density condos to the east, and single family to the north. And then across Grant Creek Road is open space that will be developed here shortly into public access trails. The foundation of staff's evaluation is the growth policy and compliance with the growth policy. And as you know from reviewing the staff report, there's extensive text dedicated to an evaluation of the growth policy. So this is a snip of the future land use map of the growth policy. And so the growth policy and the future land use map are a guide for appropriate development and redevelopment in the city of Missoula. And our growth policy, of course, was developed and adopted in 2015. The future land use map is really a culmination. This is according to the text in the growth policy. It's a culmination of the goals, policies, and objectives that are laid out in the growth policy, and it applies general land use categories to specific geographic areas. In this case, the majority of the property and all of the north parcel are designated as residential high density development greater than 24 dwelling units per acre. And that's in the kind of the brownish green tone. And then the pink tone, regional commercial and services. So residential high density greater than 24 units per acre is pretty self-explanatory. It promotes and encourages a variety of housing types, high density certainly, multifamily certainly, as well as every other residential type of development that we have. Regional commercial and services provides areas for things like hotels and manufacturing and office, and it could be a number of things, but the idea is that there would be easy access to get to the properties, that there could be things like outdoor storage space and a whole variety of uses, just like is developed on the south side of Expo Parkway with restaurants and hotels. The zoning as it exists today, it's a little confusing, frankly. There are 4 different zoning districts that are applied to the property. The north property has a R5.4, so that's a residential 5.4 with a minimum lot size. It's a single family type residential zoning district, minimum lot size of 5,400 square feet. The majority of this property is the zoning is RM 135, but then you also have a C14, so that's a commercial zone, and a neighborhood business B2-2. So there are actually 4 different zoning designations on the property. And the way that Title 20 is written, that when you have multiple zoning districts on a property, or the way it's termed under Title 20 is split zoning. So when you have properties that are split zoned, the most restrictive generally applies. And so in this case, the entire northern property, the effective zoning is R5.4, which again is a single family residential, not high density residential. It's a lower density residential district. And the southern property is zoned RM 135 effectively. And that's a multifamily district. And I'll get into the details here right now. So without a rezone, the north parcel, what could be built on there is single family type residential, again, minimum lot size or parcel area, I should say, of 5,400 square feet, maximum height of 35 feet. And then after all is said and done, after the steep slopes are accounted for on that parcel, a maximum of 156 dwelling units could be built. That doesn't take into account things like area needed for roads, setbacks, and elements like that. But it's a baseline. And then on the southern parcel, the effective zoning is RM 135, as I mentioned. That allows for several different types of dwellings, single family, duplex, multifamily, etc. And that has a minimum parcel area of 3,000 square feet, minimum area per unit, per dwelling unit of 1,000 square feet. And again, when all is said and done, after the hillside is accounted for, up to 339 dwelling units could be built on the property. Again, that doesn't take into account things like activity area, which is generally 20% of a multifamily complex. Doesn't take into account parking and elements like that. But in any event, this gives you a baseline idea. Up to 495 dwelling units at a maximum could be built with the current zoning. What's proposed is RM 145. And so that has the exact same parameters, exact same building requirements as the RM 135 with one exception. And that exception is building height. So the maximum height that can be built in RM 145 is 45 feet compared with RM 135, which applies to the southern parcel that has a maximum of 35 feet in height. And so again, looking at the maximum number of dwelling units, my math is 1,185 dwelling units could be created on that parcel. Again, that's a maximum, it's gross, it doesn't take into account several spatial requirements like activity area, parking, et cetera. But again, just a point of comparison. So KJA Development, the same applicant, applied for this same zoning, RM 145, back in 2020. And council did not approve the rezoning at that time. Cited in council's discussion were concerns about growth policy compliance, concerns about wildfire, and only there being one ingress and egress in the Grant Creek Valley, the lack of safe non-motorized transportation facilities linking the property into different parts of town, exacerbation of traffic issues, etc. So what's changed since that time? Well, I think there are a number of things for council to consider. The housing demand, as we all know, has continued to outpace supply. There are some structures and dwelling units that have been permitted and built on the property. And so you can get a sense at least of what the development looks like, at least in its early phases. I think importantly, though, there have been some transportation improvements. So on Grant Creek Road, as you're headed south toward the underpass, the Interstate 90 underpass, there is a new westbound turn lane onto the interstate. There's also an additional through lane. So there are now 3 lanes going southbound, and that was not the case back in 2020. The developers also petitioned to bring the property into the Missoula Urban Transportation District. I mentioned that there are trails that are being developed across Grant Creek Road. And the developers also, I think, provided more information in the application. He hired a wildfire expert to analyze the property, analyze the situation, the surroundings and fire risk and things like that, and develop a risk analysis and fire protection and emergency plan that's in the application materials. And the developers also modified the plans and provided more information on what the intent of the zone change could possibly bring about. Along with those refined plans, the developer has proposed a development agreement, and the development agreement we will touch, I think, in much greater detail later this afternoon, but just briefly, a development agreement is a contract between the city and the applicant that runs with the land. It's enforceable. And the developer has proposed to provide some amenities to address some concerns that have been brought up over time, and also to provide some assurance that there would be a maximum of 700 dwelling units on the property, as opposed to, I brought up that figure 1,185 earlier. The developer, I think, is trying to assure council and the public that that would not be the case, that would not be developed. There would be a maximum of 700 dwelling units. And so one of the concerns that was brought up previously was single occupancy vehicle trips and emissions and climate impacts and things like that. And so I think that's one of the things that the developer is trying to address, one of the concerns. Developers also provided a site plan that accompanies the development agreement. And the development agreement is, as it's written, development would have to substantially comply with the development agreement, including the site plan. Site plan shows things like a community center, recreation areas, hiking trails, a community garden, dog park, and things like that. But what I want to emphasize to council is the rezoning must be decided. Your decision must be independent of the development agreement. You can certainly keep it in mind, but it's not one of the criteria that we have under state zoning law or in our local regulations. So rezoning must be decided on whether the request complies with the review criteria or if it does not comply with the review criteria. And so when staff, myself, and our team was reviewing this application, we did not base our recommendation for approval of the zone change on that development agreement. And so, as you know, under state law and Title 20, there are several rezoning criteria, and they're all detailed. An analysis is detailed in the staff report. So in the interest of time, I won't go through those in detail, but I did want to touch on the growth policy just a bit, because again, that's the foundational document in our city plan. So again, the growth policy designation is primarily residential high, greater than 24 dwelling units per acre. And then the regional commercial and services. Under those umbrella or broad land use designations, there are different zoning districts that are applicable. And so under the residential high, greater than 24 dwelling units per acre, the RM 145 is one of the applicable zoning districts as described in the growth policy. And under the regional commercial and services, you can see that there are some commercial and industrial designations, zoning designations that are also applicable. But the one thing I'd like to point out, and you can see that's noted by the asterisks, the commercial industrial districts also permit residential development up to 43 dwelling units per acre, just like the high density on the northern parcel does. And so staff has found and recommended that you find that the RM 145 substantially complies with the growth policy based on the future land use map, based on the goals, the objectives, things along those lines, as detailed in the staff report. There's been much talk about the focus inward approach, and that is the kind of the main concept, the main principle articulated in the growth policy. It's a focused inward approach as opposed to sprawling outward in terms of development patterns. And so this property is served by city water, city sewer, police, fire, etc. The rezoning would support the city's housing goals. Not all the goals and objectives of the growth policy would be met by this development. Of course, that it's unlikely that any development would meet all the goals and objectives of the growth policy. But on balance, staff has found, and that the proposed rezoning substantially complies with the growth policy. And again, several other review criteria that I think are important for you to consider when you're looking at this application. And those are effects on public services. Is this compatible urban growth, or would it result in compatible urban growth if the zoning were changed? Would it promote public health and safety? Adequately consider the character of the district and the suitability for particular uses, et cetera. So again, those are all called out in the staff report in more detail. Just wanted to make sure that that was fresh in your mind. So staff recommended to approve the zone change, and there's a motion that will be taken up. I think it will be Monday night to approve it. The planning board, however, held a public hearing in April and failed to approve a motion to rezone the property. There was great discussion, good discussion, good arguments on both sides in terms of support and oppose. I know you have access to the meeting minutes as well as a planning board summary, but at the end of the day, the board did not approve a motion to rezone the property, and that's their recommendation to you. And then one more thing I just wanted to cover, that under Montana law, when a zone change is requested, landowners within 150 feet are allowed the opportunity to protest that zone change. And if protest petitions are received by owners of 25% or more of the lots or units within 150 feet, at least 2/3 of the present and voting members of council is necessary or is required to approve the zone change. And so in this case, staff has counted 58 property owners within 150 feet of the subject property. Currently, we have 24 protest petitions that have been determined to be valid, and that represents 41.3%. So a supermajority will be required to approve this request when council votes on the zone change. So that is my presentation for now, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you have at this time, or we can move on and discuss it further later.
Great, thanks. Thank you, Dave. Well, I'll note for the record that Heidi West joined us just shortly after the start of the meeting. Anyone have questions at this time? Daniel.
Thanks. Could you tell us what % of that parcel is essentially R 5.4 under Title 20, like you mentioned?
I believe it's 87%. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
Okay, any additional questions? All right, so we'll move into public testimony at this time. I'm going to start with proponents, and that includes the applicant team. And so if anyone would like to provide comment, please go ahead and raise your hand. And I'm just managing Zoom here for a moment, apologies. And then is there, just for time management, is there anyone else from the audience who thinks they may wish to give public comment in support of this project, just so I can manage time? Okay, I'll call for that again as we move along. I'll turn it over to the applicant team to kick off this portion.
Thank you, councilors, for the opportunity to present this project. My name is Cody Sports. I'm the engineer of record for this project at White Engineering, and I'm here with Matt Hammerstein, one of our project engineers for the project. We're not going to spend the time to present the points that we've already gone over with you guys, but we do want to briefly highlight some of the key infrastructure improvements that have already been made to support development on this parcel. I also wanted to clarify, I believe Daniel's question for you, Dave, was how much of the parcel is currently R 5.4, and you mentioned 87%. I believe the current parcel that has R 5.4 is only 13%. 87% of it is already R M135 or a different zoning designation there. But we'll keep moving along here. We're going to keep it brief to spend a considerable amount of time answering questions today, or any public comments can get out there. We don't want to take up all the time. So here we go. Change the slide right now. Unfortunately, Mr. Adlin with Adlin Traffic Services is not available today. He's on vacation, but he has provided some responses here to Greenlight Engineering's independent traffic report that they did for the Friends of Grant Creek. We can pass those on to everybody if they'd like, or hopefully we can answer any questions if you have them of us. Mr. Adlin continues to stand behind the conclusions of this study. He has provided the summary responses, so we can pass those on to everybody so that you have those as well. We've seen numerous comments questioning the adequacy of infrastructure in this area of the city. In the next few slides, we want to highlight the infrastructure that already exists to serve the project and demonstrate its adequacy. On the screen is a picture of our underground detention system for stormwater for the entire site. The detention system consists of 1/2 mile of 72-inch solid wall pipe as shown in the picture. In addition to the detention system shown, sediment removal is being accomplished with hydrodynamic separators, treatment forebays, permeable interlocking concrete pavers, and infiltration chambers prior to discharge from the site. The other nice part about this detention system is that it allows the water to cool off underground after runoff. This makes the water that reaches Grant Creek much closer to the original temperature, resulting in less impact to the waterway. The stormwater system is already designed and installed to treat stormwater from any future development across the 44 acres. Additionally, through Title 20 zoning, the site will be required to plant several hundred trees, approximately 1,000 bushes, along with acres of lawn areas shown on previous presentations that we've given. This vegetation will be a great change from the barren rock gravel pit that is currently at the site. In addition to the stormwater system on the previous slide, Mr. Alt has paid to support the water system in this area of town. Mr. Alt paid for a new booster pump at the Grant Creek Booster Station to obtain proper fire pressures for the neighborhood. This doesn't just benefit Grant Creek Village, but it benefits all of the residents that are on city water in the Grant Creek area. Additionally, Mr. Alt has split the cost of a new emergency backup generator with the city to ensure that the booster pumps could be working in the event of a power outage. Again, these are things that have already happened and have made the whole system better for that entire area of town. Another thing that we'd like to reiterate is that with all developments, there are impact fees paid to the city of Missoula to help mitigate the impacts of the system. These fees are on top of what he's already done for the booster pump and the generator. At our proposed build out in the development agreement, the project must contribute slightly over $1 million to the city, with roughly $630,000 of that going to address transportation related issues. Vacancy rates is another big thing that keeps coming up, and I've got just a couple of things jotted down here. This is a report from Sterling CRE Advisors. It was the most recent one that was on their webpage, but I found more recent ones after that, so I'm just gonna kind of read through them real quick. As of Q2 in 2020, we had 4.19% vacancy rates. Q2 in 2021, we had 0.38%. Q3 of 2021, we had 1.04%. And currently in Q1, we have 2%. Healthy is considered 4 to 5%. So we're still lagging behind. And you can see as we lag behind, those average ask lease rates go up. Q2 of 2020, when it was 4%, we had $924 average rate. It bumped to $125 with that lower vacancy rate. I'll bring the next one. As you can see on the next few slides, there's already been 2 buildings already constructed just off of Expo Parkway, along with all of the infrastructure we've highlighted today. These buildings are the model for what we hope will continue through the rest of the development. These renderings show the vision for the development and what will be formalized through that development agreement. Next, I'd like to introduce Bruce Wernham, President of Fire Logistics. Bruce served as the Montana State Fire Marshal from 1992 to 1997 and chief of the Missoula Rural Fire District from 1980 to 1992, prior to founding Fire Logistics. Bruce is here next to me, and he's just got a couple of quick comments that he wanted to make. And then like I said, we're keeping this super brief so that we can get to any questions or public comments so that you don't have to keep hearing us present.
Thank you, Cody. Councilors, I too will be brief. Want to focus on two issues today. One is the 4-story buildings issue and the evacuation of Grant Creek. Regarding the 4-story building issue, I would just remind you again that this is a fully sprinkled project. That essentially means every building will be fully equipped with automatic fire sprinklers. The issue of the height of the building, it seems to be irrelevant since there's a taller building right next door at the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation as it impacts this project. So, and there are 4-story or higher buildings throughout the community of Missoula. And I believe Chief Hughes will be on later. And if you have any questions about the capability of the fire department to respond to a fully sprinkled 4-story building, I think he's your technical expert. Evacuation of Grant Creek, especially the upper portion of Grant Creek during a wildfire, is a continuously raised issue. To that end, I met with the Missoula County Sheriff's Office, Missoula County Emergency Management, and Missoula Police Department to discuss strategies and approaches to evacuate Grant Creek. And those strategies are included in the report in the submittal that Dave referred to, and would be the approach to an evacuation in Grant Creek. And I believe that Chief White, potentially Adrian, and somebody from the Sheriff's Office will be available later for to respond to any questions. They're your technical experts and your subject matter experts regarding these issues. Alan McCormick is available. He's not going to present today, but he's available for questions. Again, it is my perspective that this project promotes the health and safety and meets that component of the growth policy and has minimum impact to the public safety agencies. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Cody, do you guys have more on your end, or is that it for now?
That's it for now. Again, we're available for any questions if anything comes up though.
Okay, sounds good. I think we'll continue through public comment, and then we'll I'm sure we'll have questions for your team, and we'll come back. We'll come back to you. Is there anyone else on the meeting who would like to provide comment in support of the project, or in support? I'm sorry, in support of the rezone request. Okay. So I think what we will do here is we'll continue on with public comment, and we'll go now to the opponent portion of the public testimony, and then we will allow 1 hour for that time, and we will come back for questions for the public commenters after that time. So if I could get a show of hands of anyone in the audience who would like to provide public comment as an opponent. Okay, bear with me while I manage technology here for a moment. And just to be equitable, I'm going to put our applicant team back in the attendee list here. And I will start with Mr. Cox, and then we'll move to Bert Lindler, and then to Rick Nice. And again, this testimony is does not hold to our standard 3-minute per person limit. I've got several requests for folks to be able to participate in the meeting or to be able to provide comment on behalf of a group. And so we'll take that same format for this committee meeting. And so, but again, we have 1 hour in total for opponents. Mr. Cox.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excuse me. Got a bit of a frog in my throat. Can we do the share screen thing? See if that works?
You should be able to do that, yes.
How do I do that?
There's a little green button at the bottom that
there
says
it
share
is.
screen. And it'll ask you to select what you wish to share.
Okay. Well, oh, I have to hit share.
There you go. And we do see your PowerPoint window now.
Do you see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm going to leave that screen up for a minute. I just wanted to kind of get an early start in case of technological challenges. My name is R.T. Cox, and I thought it might be useful to introduce myself. I worked nights at the Bonner Mill and later at the Missoula White Pine to get through my undergraduate education. I've lived in Wyoming and Montana alternately many times over the years, and I've bought land and owned land in Montana by Ronan. We had a ranch out in eastern Montana. I tried to buy some land on River Road a few years ago, and I could never negotiate a price that I thought would work. I wanted to build some apartments there. I've served on a number of charitable boards, nonprofit boards, including one of the largest charities in Northeast Wyoming, where we built low-income housing. We operated a big Section 8 rental complex. I've owned a number of residential rental properties myself, and I have a lot of empathy and support of some of the people that spoke to the council earlier who support affordable housing. Affordable housing is an important need. I've had a lot of involvement with actually building affordable housing. Certainly not on the scale of Homeward, but I think a lot of people in Grant Creek contribute to the food bank and some of the Poverello Center and the new YMCA project that got built. We're in favor of affordable housing. I think it's very obvious that this project proposed by Mr. Alt is not affordable housing. It does address a certain segment of the housing need in the community, but it's not going to, Heather Harp's clients are not going to be able to afford to rent property, rent units on this property. It's interesting, for a while, this project was on a parallel track with the Heron Landing review process, which is a true subdivision process instead of this kind of sort of almost a hybrid sort of thing. And you look at the Heron's Landing project and the benefits of complying with subdivision regulations, the planning for all the different forms of multimodal transportation there, trails and streets and crossings, everything's planned. They're not just dumping a whole bunch of new high density units into a neighborhood that doesn't have the traffic infrastructure to handle that. And I was very impressed with the contrast between the Heron's Landing project and this. This is a zoning decision. This is not a planning decision. This is not a subdivision review. After this project got turned down the first time, the mayor asked Friends of Grant Creek and Mr. Alt's team to come to a meeting and talk. We did. And at that time, the subject was a planned unit development, which of course goes through the subdivision process. And at that time, I think Mr. Woith and his team were in favor of a PUD. And at that time, there was discussion. Mr. Alt said that he was going to have 75 units, maybe some kind of townhome sort of units that would actually be offered for sale to home buyers. That was an interesting meeting. I don't think that we came to any particular agreement, but it was cordial. And we invited Mr. Alt's team to make a presentation to the Grant Creek community at large, and he did. And at that time, they had abandoned the PUD, and they were back to wanting to do rezoning again. In many ways, this is a replay of the last time around. It was interesting. Mr. Woith, who I think has done an excellent and professional job of presenting his client's project here, he said at the planning board meeting that a development agreement was not their first choice. Yet here we are. I think what we see is that Mr. Woith and his team are trying to knock the square corners off of the square peg and make it fit into a round hole. They've proposed some of these amenities, this tiny swimming pool, a dog park, and so forth, to try to improve what in this community is viewed universally as a bad idea. We had a meeting of the Grant Creek, Friends of Grant Creek, that was open to the public. And somewhat to my surprise, I'm kind of used to seeing more disagreement. The opposition to this rezoning was unanimous. Not only was it unanimous, it was enthusiastic. And you've seen there was a petition that was circulated in the community in our neighborhood. I didn't know anybody was doing it, but they gathered up quite a few signatures, and I sent that to you. Again, no dissent. The people that live here and would be most affected by this rezoning are universally opposed to it. We've got a site plan. I'm just gonna skip to that slide. I hope, did that work? Did the map, the site plan show up?
Yes, yep. We can see that slide with the site plan.
Yeah. There is, this is a conceptual idea. Again, this is not a subdivision review. This is not a plan that includes dedicated streets. As a matter of fact, it hardly includes any streets at all. It shows Stonebridge just almost dead ending into a busy parking lot. It'd be kind of like trying to drive through the Albertsons parking lot to get in and out of here. This is not something that is final or that you're approving today or, well, whenever, that's up for approval. This is just a concept. This concept can be changed at any time because it's a zoning decision. As long as whatever's proposed there fits within the zoning requirements, they can build it. I'm going to skip around a little bit, I'm sorry. The existing situation in Grant Creek is we have 635 homes plus the 105 new apartment units that Mr. Alt's team have built. There have been some different numbers, and Dave talked about this some. The south parcel, in theory, legally under zoning, could include 344 apartment units, but the site constraints actually limit that to quite a bit fewer. There are 4 building permits on that lot. This isn't really a site plan, but it kind of is. This is a map that was created by Morgan and Associates. And I believe that this line that I'm tracking is the boundary between the south parcel and the north parcel. And you can see on here, there's 4 buildings. Whoops, shouldn't have done that. These 2 have been built. And then there's one proposed up here and one down here that permits have been issued for. If you add up the total number of units for those 4 buildings, it's 166 units. If this south parcel were rezoned and an extra story could be added to this building and this building, that would increase it to about 186 units. As you can see, the 4 buildings and the parking completely fill the south parcel. So there's actually no way to put 344 units there. The north parcel originally was estimated by city staff 2 years ago to have room for 158 single-family homes. But, you know, this cuts both ways for the same reason that Dave said that you can't build 1,100 units up here. You can't build 158 houses under the existing zoning because of constraints. There's an irrigation ditch here. There's a big oil and gas pipeline easement that goes right down through here. You cannot build anything other than parking lots on that. There's a big power line that comes through, an extra high voltage power line that comes through here. And so this is another easement. So when you take out all these easements, we had a retired engineer just kind of do a back of the napkin computation. And he said there's room for about 125 homes with 5,400 square foot lots. Maybe you could increase that a little if you used some of this for people's backyards. I don't know if that works or not. So, you know, we're looking at something under existing zoning. We're looking at realistically about 166 to 186 units on the south parcel and 125 to 150 units on the north parcel. I think those are the realistic numbers. Now, Friends of Grant Creek has been on record from the beginning in favor of the existing zoning. So whatever the existing zoning will permit, you know, we've said we'll live with it, even though it's going to create some traffic and infrastructure demands. Whatever you build there is not going to be any closer to parks or schools or shopping than it was 2 years ago. You know, that hasn't changed. But whatever is permissible under existing zoning, we've said that we'll support. It'll cause some strains and stresses on the system. You know, we've got a pretty good solution. I got to be honest. The improvement on the southbound lanes of Grant Creek Road are significant. They haven't solved all the problems, but it's a big improvement. The big problem is the northbound traffic going to Starbucks, going to the town pump. I guess actually Starbucks is here, and there's the town pump. And there's a street that comes out here. There's a tremendous amount of left turn traffic that comes out of here onto southbound, and it comes out of the curb cuts at the town pump to turn left. As more and more housing is built up here, everybody that's getting into there is going to have to turn left to cross traffic either here or here. The infrastructure needs for that traffic management really haven't even been designed yet. We've been in contact with Kevin Slovart with Public Works. I think it's been a pretty constructive exchange of information. And he has reported back to us that the Public Works thinks they need to do a corridor study here. Corridor studies apparently are expensive, and they don't have room in their budget, and they don't expect to have room in their budget to do a corridor study for a number of years. So, you know, Mr. Abelin did his traffic studies that focused mainly on people turning right off of Stonebridge and turning right off of Expo Parkway. There's not much discussion in his report of all the left turn traffic. Interestingly, he said at the planning board meeting that there wasn't very much left turn traffic. That cannot possibly be correct, because even now there's quite a bit of left turn traffic, and most of the traffic collisions happen in what I call the chaos zone, which is in between Stonebridge and Expo. People trying, and down here, trying to get out, trying to beat the traffic. And that's where those photos in Mike Cole's report came from. I'm going to skip around a little bit, but one of the things I want to talk about is and maybe you'll hear more about this today, and I will be interested to see what you learn. But whatever improvements are needed, there are no crosswalks except down here at the light. There are going to be a lot of pedestrian traffic going back and forth to these businesses. We probably are going to need a left turn lane. I'm offering opinions, and I'm not an expert on traffic, but I can watch what happens here. And so the question is, who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay for the traffic improvements to make it safe to walk across this street and safe to get in and out of here without having a lot of motor vehicle accidents? Mr. de Grand Prix tells us that these issues can be reviewed as we go along, as building permits are issued for these individual properties, because every time somebody wants to build an apartment building, they've got to get a building permit. And so that's just kicking the can down the road. The city council here has supervision of a large planning staff, including public works and mobility management people. And they're supposed to plan for these problems, not wait for the problem to occur and then try to apply a solution or a Band-Aid. There's been so much effort that has gone into planning in this community, and much of that is being ignored here. This is the actual future land use designation map. Mr. de Grand Prix had a slide, I think it was in slide number 7, that shows a little bit of a graphic depiction of this area. Lost my cursor up here. This is Grant Creek, of course. And there is a small area here that's designated for high density development, but the map, I mean, I'm looking at official city documents here. This is not my opinion. There are 2 disclaimers here that land use designations on the map are approximate and must be read in conjunction with the land use descriptions and policy statements found in the growth policy document, and that any policy decisions should consider site-specific conditions. And then there's the little box down there. You can read that for yourself. And so this map is kind of a course level effort to see where you might be possibly able to build some housing. It's not the be all and end all of land use planning. It's just simply a guide. I'm going to skip some of my slides, save a little time. This is a map that was created by your city planning staff. This was not created by the Friends of Grant Creek. This again, my cursor's disappeared, there it is. This is Grant Creek. The absence of any color coding indicating suitability for development is rather striking. These are quotations from the growth policy that says that there are good reasons for building where some of these color codes are, and you all know where the best bike and mass transit routes are. Rezoning this to high density doesn't make any sense at all for this criteria, which is part of the growth policy. Again, schools and parks suitability, conspicuously absent from Grant Creek is any color coding indicating that this is an appropriate place to build high density housing. Again, this is your city planning department that created these documents. This has a little bit of color coding here because there's a convenience store and a Starbucks across the street. But there are no grocery stores. There are commercial services, which is the green, but no grocery stores, no retail shopping other than things you can get at a convenience store. And you've got to go quite a ways through a zone that is also not high density housing. It's a commercial zone all the way down Reserve Street until you get to Costco and Lowe's in the retail zone. So again, you know, this is your planning staff saying development should occur in conformity to these growth policy action items. The best view here, composite suitability, because there is public sewer and public water here. There's no contesting that. But again, it's minimum, it's the least suitable of all of the categories. We've got development services, which is part of city planning, urging you to approve high density zoning. And then we've got all these other city staff planning people that are actually trying to do long-term planning and identify the features of the growth policy and then look to see whether development is compliant with those. And I submit to you as the city council, you're going to have to make that decision. You're going to have to make the call. Are we going to stick with long-term planning efforts that have involved everybody in the community and a lot of time and effort and money? Or are we going to make a rash decision because there's a housing shortage and a crisis mentality? And so we're going to approve construction even where it doesn't really conform with the growth policy. Sorry, I flipped my thing here and ended up at the wrong slide. This is a slide that shows people that have come to observe a forest fire on Grant Creek Road, which has no shoulders and is narrow. I think it's fair to say that circumstances over time from the 1970s, when I used to go skiing up at Snow Bowl, till now, a combination of growth policies supported by the city and the county and people wanting to live in pretty places, we have a problem. And that problem is we have 635 homes in the wildland urban interface. Don't add to that problem by doubling the population of Grant Creek. Please. One of the things that Mr. Abelin talked about in his traffic report was that he didn't foresee any growth in Grant Creek. And our traffic expert was amazed by that statement, as was I, because there's this whole Glen Eagle project is up here. It's been foundering for a while, but you know, somebody's going to do something. There are some houses under construction up there. The county's got to do something with this land. We've got Snow Bowl doing a big summertime enlargement project, which is going to increase summertime traffic, plus they're enlarging the ski area. So they're going to have more winter traffic. Mr. Abelin didn't do a traffic study during either ski season or tourist season. He chose October and March. And he said at the planning board, well, I wasn't really looking for worst case scenarios. I would submit that good planning means you do look at worst case scenarios and try to plan out solutions before they occur. Mike Cole put together a list of all the different things, the different lots that are available, commercial traffic, There's 3 commercial lots across the street from Mr. Alt's 2 new apartment buildings that could be developed as hotel or restaurant sites. And then there's a lot of traffic at Snowball. So there is going to be growth here anyway. That's not Mr. Alt's fault. The existing traffic is not his fault, but doubling the population of Grant Creek is going to greatly exacerbate those problems. I asked our expert, Rick Nyes, who presented some traffic information to you. He's working for the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and the Friends of Grant Creek. And I furnished him with some of those numbers that I went through a few minutes ago, looking at the constraints on the lots and looking at how much could actually be built today versus some of Mr. Abelin's information. And so up here at the top, I asked him to assume that we had 200 mid-rise apartments and 125 single-family homes. Now, if it should be 150, we can all kind of do the arithmetic in our heads to increase these a little bit. But I said, all right, mid-rise apartments has a particular type of trip generation based on this engineering manual, the ITC engineering manual. And so he figured out there'd be 1,088 daily trips with peaks in the morning and the afternoon. And then for single family homes, which do have a higher trip generation rate, he figured out that'd be 1,180 trips per day with the morning peak and an evening peak. So I added those together and we come out to 2,268 trips, daily trips, 165 peak in the morning, 212, this is per hour. I'm sorry, I left out per hour. Okay, Mr. Abelin's data, looking at 700 apartments, is 3,808 weekday trips, 252 peak hour trips in the morning, 308 in the evening. If we go back to his traffic impact statement that he did in March of 2020, he analyzed 950 apartments, because at that point, that's what they were thinking that they were probably going to build. And so that's 5,168 weekday daily trips. So there's a significant increase in traffic between the existing zoning and the proposal from Mr. Alt's team. It was interesting. I went back and looked at the 1980 Grant Creek plan, and there was a discussion in 1980 at page 36 of that plan about requiring mass transit be brought into the valley because they were considering a PUD at that time. And it was noted it would be a few years before mass transit came into the valley. Kind of sounds familiar. I want to switch gears for a minute to this development agreement. Mr. de Grand Prix has told us repeatedly that this development agreement cannot be considered as part of your decision, yet it keeps coming up over and over and over and over. I have furnished the city attorney and Mr. McCormick and city council a legal memorandum which analyzes this issue. I suspect we're going to hear some discussion of that later today, even though I haven't seen any written response to that. Under Montana law, that development agreement is not enforceable. To the extent that it could be enforced as a trade-off for approval of the zoning, it would become a condition on the zoning, which is illegal. It would result in different rules applying to this RM 1-45 zone that don't apply to other similar zones in the community, and that's a violation of state law. And it looks a lot to me like spot zoning, which I gave the legal citations for that. as part of my memo. I haven't seen a rebuttal to that memo yet, and Mr. de Grand Prix tells you you cannot consider the development agreement, but it still gets waived in front of you, and I think it is either bait or a distraction. And they're hoping that maybe in the recesses of your minds when you vote, that you will say, well, this development agreement mitigates a lot of the impacts of this, and so we feel like we should vote for this project. If you're going to vote for the project based on the development agreement, it needs to be included in the findings of fact and conclusions of law, because it's being waved around as part of the record in front of you. If it's unenforceable and it means nothing, then we're right exactly back to where we were 2 years ago when this city council voted to deny the rezoning. This is the conceptual plan, the site plan that is shown to you is merely a concept. And rezoning under 1-45 can include hillsides up to 25%. There's, in your building code, there's a specific rules about how to build on hillsides between 0 and 15, and then 15 and 25% grades. Once this is rezoned, the cat is out of the bag, and you can't come back and say, well, wait a minute. We had this development agreement that said he was going to do A, B, and C. If you're not going to consider the development agreement, then you have to truly and honestly not consider the development agreement. And I don't, things happen, things change. Somebody builds a project and then they sell the land. They get into financial trouble and they take in a partner. The housing market changes. There's a million things that can happen. And that's what keeps lawyers busy, is when things happen that are unexpected and then people change their plans and do something other than what they said they were going to do. I sent a 7-page memo back in April because I wanted the planning board to have a chance to see it. And in there, I quoted some people. Mr. Nugent chaired a very interesting meeting on housing in early March, and really an all-star list of speakers there. One of them was Heather McMillan, who works for Homeward, and she actually builds low-income housing projects, and she gets it done. And I thought, well, here's somebody that's probably got a pretty pro-development mentality, right? And of course she does, but she said, don't let developers who pick pieces of property that are not within the long-term planning goals, the focus inward goals, don't let those developers push you around. You've got to stick to your long-term planning goals if they mean anything. I'm paraphrasing, but I quoted her in my written piece, so you can look there. And Erin Pehan, who I'm sure you all know, spoke at this meeting, and she was concerned that the big rush for building permits, which there is one of at Development Services, the big rush was for multifamily homes. And she said, how do we incentivize single family homes, townhomes, properties that people can purchase? And I've heard other people, they talk about where's the missing middle. The answer to those questions, the concerns expressed by those speakers at that meeting, is quite simple. Deny this rezoning and incentivize the developer to subdivide the north parcel. He's going to build apartment buildings on the south parcel. That's in accordance with the existing zoning, and nobody's complaining about that. It's probably not Mr. Alt's preferred business model. But if you build single family homes in this town, they will sell as fast as you can get the markets on the lots on the market. I would be very surprised if Mr. Alt's people couldn't figure out a way to turn a pretty good profit building single family homes, which fits into the character of the neighborhood better and serves an important housing need. 700 units is 3.5 times the size of the Bellagio. I'm sure you've all driven by the Bellagio. That is a big project. And look at how many apartments are going in on Scott Street other than the Bellagio. There's a lot of apartments being built around here. You know, when the Heron's Landing phases get off the ground, they're going to build some single family homes, but there's a lot of demand for those. You know, we just received the home ARP allocation plan from community development. There are a lot of housing needs in this community, and one of them is single family homes. I'm skipping through some of my stuff because I don't want to talk all day.
And I want to advise you that there's about 24 minutes left for proponents.
Okay. All right. So with that, I'm just going to remind you, again, this maybe sounds trivial. This property is no closer to home or schools or parks or churches or shopping than it was when you denied this 2 years ago. Thank you very much for your indulgence.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, and I will move on now to next up is Bert Lindler, and Bert is rejoining the meeting.
I've unmuted myself. Am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Bert.
Thank you. I am Bert Lindler, Board President of the Grant Creek Trails Association. The association submitted testimony to the Planning Board April 19th regarding deficiencies in the bicycle pedestrian trail connectivity as proposed in the development agreement for the property at 2920 Expo Parkway. The association wishes to express its concern based on the questions that have been raised regarding the certainty, durability, legality, and consequently enforceability of development agreements tied to rezoning requests in the state of Montana. Additionally, regardless of the means by which the property is developed, the association desires that the needs we expressed for bicycle pedestrian trail connectivity be specifically addressed with implementation guaranteed and enforceable. We believe the best way to achieve that result would be a plan unit development or subdivision review. The Grant Creek Trails Association requests that the City Council reject the rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindler. Appreciate your testimony. I'll go next to Rick Nyes, and then Michael Cole and Kim Burke in that order. Mr. Nyes, I think you are with us here.
There we go.
Great.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Rick Nyes, and I'm Principal Traffic Engineer at Greenlight Engineering. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Montana. I've been asked by Friends of Grant Creek and Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation to review the applicant's traffic impact study, which is also known as the TIS, which was prepared by Abilene Traffic Services. There are a few issues I wasn't able to cover in my previous testimony that I'll cover today. Now, while not an issue with the traffic impact study specifically itself, but still a transportation issue, the site plan illustrates the termination of Stonebridge Road, which is a public road directly into a private drive aisle. Stonebridge Drive should be extended as a public road as required by section 7.4.1 D8 of the Missoula City Public Works Standards and Specifications Manual. The standards require that street connections shall be provided to any existing or approved public street or right-of-way extension adjacent to the development. This is basically the provision of code that requires roadways to be continued and not dead end at a property line as is proposed and shown on the site plan by the applicant. Stonebridge Drive is a public road and is stubbed specifically to be extended and not to terminate as is shown on the site plan. If the applicant's plan is approved, there will be no public vehicle turnaround. An extension to the west is required to serve future development and to provide adequate circulation of the transportation system. Next, it is commonly part of a TIS to apply a seasonal traffic adjustment as a part to roadways on which traffic volumes may vary over the course of the year due to recreational traffic. The TIS did apply seasonal traffic adjustment to Grant Creek Road, given that it carries recreational traffic to activities up Grant Creek Road. In order to reliably account for seasonal traffic, you need to have data that illustrates how traffic varies over the course of the year. In attempting to account for seasonal traffic on Grant Creek Road, the TIS compared winter traffic on Orange Street and Van Buren Street. Neither of these roads would appear to serve either summer or winter recreational activities like Grant Creek Road does. Based on the comparison with Orange Street and Van Buren Street, it is not surprising that the TIS did not report a wide variation in traffic volumes seasonally. It is not likely that the data from those two roads are good for comparing to what is actually happening on Grant Creek Road. And it is also not likely that the TIS accurately captures seasonal traffic variation on Grant Creek Road. Next, Mr. Ablin noted in his previous oral testimony that he has been working on this traffic study for several years and that his recommendations and conclusions have not changed. Based on my review of the studies that he's presented thus far, the same or similar errors have been perpetuated through the various versions of his traffic studies. Just because the recommendations haven't changed doesn't mean the analysis is reliable. Mr. Ablin in his previous testimony admitted that he had analyzed the interchange with I-90 intersections incorrectly. He used the incorrect signal timing. He claims that he has rerun that analysis and everything works acceptably, but he has not provided that analysis for review in the record. There's no analysis in the record of the application that accurately depicts how the interchange intersections will operate if this development is approved. Similarly, Mr. Ablin testified that he has run this analysis with many more development units than the number currently proposed. And again, everything seems to work sufficiently. Again, he offers no evidence to actually support his claims. This analysis should be entered into the public record for review if this analysis exists. Lastly, Mr. Cox presented some trip generation estimates in his testimony today. I'll note that the number of buildable units under existing zoning was determined by Mr. Cox. I provided him a trip generation estimate based on his analysis of the number of buildable units in the existing zone. And I can confirm that the trip generation figures he presented are reliable based on that assumed number of buildable units. I just want to close by thanking you for your time and attention, and I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nice. I'm going to go next to Michael Cole. And Michael Cole, I think you should be able to unmute yourself and join us. We have about 17 minutes left in this portion.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Mike Cole, and I'm the project leader for the Grant Creek Wildfire Risk Task Force. Our group of 5 Grant Creek residents volunteer our time for the Friends of Grant Creek. If you would like to know what 3 of our members' structural and wildfire backgrounds are, they are listed in fire letter number 1, which is part of this record. 2 topics I'd like to focus on today. One is the difference between the urban fringe of the wildland-urban interface and the urban core. And the second one is just common sense things. So in Grant Creek, we're talking about the urban fringe, not the urban core. We're talking about the WUI within the urban fringe of the city of Missoula, not the urban core. We're talking about is what is more susceptible to a wildfire, the urban fringe or the urban core? I think that answer should be obvious after several years of discussion on the wildfire topic for this project. The urban fringe is where this project is located, not the urban core. Our 3 years of research material on projected wildfire activity, evacuation issues, and climate change is based on current scientific research and real-time events in the last 5 years, much of it specific to this area. We also relied on city and county documents identifying Grant Creek as a problem location in the event of wildfire. We've shown you the documentation and the science. These are facts, not ideas. Common sense says that the urban fringe wildland urban interface of the city of Missoula is the last place you would want to increase density. If you're not going to rely on this research information now, when you have the opportunity to use it, when will you? Climate change impacts, including more extreme wildfire events projected in the future, is not going away in our children's, or our grandchildren's lifetimes, no matter how much everyone wishes that it would. And I'm sure everybody does. Recently, within the last year or two, every level of government has recently discussed issues relevant to Grant Creek related to wildfire development. So here's what the federal government is saying. As recently of January of this year, the Forest Service published a report describing the current nationwide wildfire situation as a crisis. One of the 3 primary reasons listed for the growing risk is expanding development in the wildland urban interface. Here's what the Montana state government is saying in their 2020 December Montana Forest Action Plan on page 40. What they're saying is because of increased development in the WUI, the complexity and cost of fighting fires, the chance of unattended human-caused ignitions, and the strain on firefighting resources have all risen substantially. Here's what the Missoula County planner told us last October. And I quote, Grant Creek is maxed out. Another quote, it is not an appropriate place for growth to occur. And a third quote, the county is not trying to change densities in Grant Creek. Now here's what Missoula City Planning is saying. Hey, let's increase density in the Grant Creek WUI. It's just like the urban core. So does this last statement make any sense at all? So next, let's talk about the 1980 Grant Creek Plan and wildfire, a plan that began 42 years ago. This was a joint city-county decision. All the people living there were encouraged to live there under a plan created by local government subdivision approvals. So let's put the rest of the comments about people that currently live there, how they don't want to share the valley and don't want to contribute to the need for more housing in Missoula. 495 new housing units located in the WUI under existing zoning is a pretty big commitment supported by local residents. To put that in context, it is essentially 2.5 Bellagio projects. The developer would like you to believe that for 42 years, this area has been planned for high density. That was a quote from meeting in May 4th. That's not true. It has always been planned for the numbers in the 1980 Grant Creek Plan. And then our current projected wildfire conditions due to climate change, that was probably an unforeseen benefit for current Grant Creek residents and any new residents that will live in the new development, whatever it will end up being, if you stay with those numbers. Also in the 1980 plan, the wildfire hazard methodology used is obsolete. Why? Because the Grant Creek environment has changed and the science has changed, as it always does. There was also nothing in the 1980 plan discussing climate change. So is the developer trying to convince us that circumstances haven't changed between 42 years ago and now? You know, common sense would tell you that's not true. Let's talk about infrastructure needs in Grant Creek in the past 42 years, primarily the need for alternate egress and ingress routes. So in 1980, the need for alternate routes was identified by city and county planners in the Grant Creek Plan. 1994, Missoula County first mapped its limited egress areas. You can find that on page 18 in the 2005 CWPP reference to that. 1997, Missoula County updated their information on limited egress areas, also on page 18 of that plan. In 2005, the first Community Wildfire Protection Plan identified Grant Creek ingress and egress as a problem. In 2018, the update to that plan identified the same problem carried over for ingress and egress. 2021, the refining improvements of the I-90 intersection were made by MDT, not the city, 22 years after requested. In 2022, the current development proposal is downplaying the need for improved ingress egress, even though there would be double or triple the amount of residential traffic added in Grant Creek. So just think about how many city council members and county commissioners have come and gone in the past 42 years with no action on this issue.
Respond to a wide.
Documents are only as good as the paper they're written on unless problems acknowledged are followed up with commitments and action. Previous county commissioners and city council members in 1980 created this problem, and all those following them never followed through so far. As a result, Grant Creek residents don't believe local government when they hear the infrastructure related to traffic improvements and ingress-egress routes for evacuation will follow development. After waiting 42 years, common sense tells them this is not going to happen. And that's no fault of the current city councilors or the current county commissioners. Now let's discuss wildfire risk and probability in the area of the project. I think you need to be aware of the fire chief's survey results contained in the 2005 CWPP on page 20 under the title High Risk to Wildfire Areas. And let me emphasize the term they used, high risk to wildfire. In this document, each of the fire chiefs in Missoula County identified their top 3 problem areas in order of priority for city and county wildfire response as follows. The Missoula Fire Department listed only 3 areas total in their order of priority. Number 1 was the lower Rattlesnake. Number 2 was lower Grant Creek area. And here, let me emphasize once again the descriptor lower in the Grant Creek area. And number 3 was Petty Canyon. The Missoula Rural Fire District listed 8 areas total, but their top 3 were number 1, Grant Creek, number 2, Rattlesnake, number 3, Big Flat. So let's discuss the information provided by the developer in the fire logistics report. This information is from a web-based basic guide for homeowners to answer questions for lay people. It's not a guide for fire weather and fire behavior and how climate change factors will affect the current wildfire probability and risk picture. Long ago, I was told that a plan or a map is only as good as the day you create it. Then it slowly or quickly becomes irrelevant based on new information or circumstances. The wildfire presentation by the developer on May 4th used a map to try and convince you that all of Missoula property has a low probability and low risk for wildfire, just like the area where the project is located. First of all, low probability and low risk does not equate to it can't happen here. Secondly, that's absolutely not what the fire chief survey results said when the lower Grant Creek area, let me emphasize again, lower Grant Creek area was identified as a high risk to wildfire area. And remember my discussion about the difference between the urban fringe and the urban core we talked about earlier? The city and county fire chiefs know what the difference is. Do you think risk designations on that map presented by the developer will stay stationary forever as climate change impacts continue? That's just telling you nobody needs to worry about it as long as it doesn't affect what we want to do right now. And I hope you've had time to form some good questions for your city and county emergency services employees today. As a reminder of what I brought up on May 4th at the LUP meeting, their job is to go towards danger when everyone else is trying to get away. They're always going to tell you that they can do it until they absolutely can't, because that's what they signed up for. That's how they think. However, your emergency services personnel are hamstrung by two factors that they have no control over: politics and budget. You have good emergency personnel in the city and county, but they're not miracle workers. So if you continue to increase density, especially in the WUI, there will eventually be a breaking point that other parts of the Western United States have already experienced in regard to wildfire. And also, Chief Hughes' comments in this project, which is document number 20 in your record, which I discussed on May 4th, were not only professional, but candid. He was not trying to tell you his department can't or won't respond. He was informing you of what kinds of issues might occur in the WUI during an ongoing wildfire, but more importantly, how that becomes more complex as housing density increases there. That is a good leader telling you the truth. But also remember, while you have different options at this juncture with this proposal, if you approve increased density in the WUI, the chief's next best option to get people out of harm's way in the event of a wildfire will be limited to evacuation, making both his job and other responding agencies' jobs significantly more complicated. And in closing, I'd like you to remember urban fringe versus urban core. Where's the greater threat of a wildfire? And thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cole. Appreciate your comments. I have Kim Burke next. Kim, you're welcome to provide testimony. And we have about 4 minutes left in, oh, Ms. Burke disappeared. Oh, here we go. Okay, so Ms. Burke, you should be able to unmute yourself and give us testimony. We have about 4 minutes left in this portion of the agenda.
Okay. It takes a little while to get the technology working. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm Kim Burke, B-I-R-C-K, and I've lived in Grant Creek since 1986. I was a founding member of Friends of Grant Creek and have served on its board since 1987. As secretary for the group, I received many documents over the years from the city about development proposals, and being a pack rat, I was unable to unearth them recently to research the topic of zoning history of Grant Creek. I will submit my full comments in writing with citations in case I run out of time to tell the whole story. When I moved here, the 1980 Grant Creek Area Plan was a young document and it reflected existing and future land uses planned for the valley. The valley was mostly ranch land below Snowbowl Road subdivisions with older homes built on 10-acre tracts north of Snowbowl Road. The gravel pit was unzoned at that time. The original zoning of the gravel pit area took place in 1989 at the request of then landowners Dennis Washington and L.S. Jensen. That was a robust public process that I and many others participated in. The zoning packet from 1989 shows R1 and R4 zoning designations requested for most of today's north parcel. The R4 restrictions were spelled out as follows. R4 is limited to 2-story multi-dwellings with a 30-foot height maximum. This is much like Cottonwood condos, which were built in part on similarly zoned land. In 1992, a master plan diagram enclosed with a subdivision request packet for a never-built subdivision called Meadowbrook, which is where Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation sits today. That master plan revealed an intent to build out the entire area in single-family homes and townhouses, with density increasing as you move south toward the commercial zoning around today's Expo Parkway. Some of this commercial zoning was neighborhood commercial because it was recognized that future residents would need some services. The BC zoning has mostly gone away and all commercial development is currently interstate focused. The R1 and R4 designations at the gravel pit persisted at least till 1999, when my paper trail runs out. I do not know what, if anything, might have changed with this north parcel zoning between 99 and 2016. Neither the zoning office nor development services has been able to enlighten me. But in the Title 20 zoning ordinance of 2016, a table labeled zoning district name conversions shows R4 being redesignated as RM 135. Why RM 135? This redesignation was an upzoning, creating an increase of 1 story and 5 feet in height for lands previously zoned R4, likely including the old gravel pit. Other new Title 20 zoning designations such as RT 2.7 or RM 2.7 would have been more comparable name conversions than RM 135 for the old R4 zoning district. Unless I've misinterpreted something or missed a rezone that occurred between 1999 and 2016, this parcel has from the beginning been intended for much lower density zoning than KJA is now requesting. The 1980 Grant Creek land use plan map, which Mr. Voigt likes to use in his presentations, shows designations of high density single family, but it's 10 acres per unit, where today's 5.4 exists, and medium density family, multifamily dwellings of 16 units per acre, where RM 135 now exists. Note that those subjective density designations had very different meanings then. Today's RM 135 and RM 145 have densities of 24 to 43 units per acre or higher. The original zoning respected the zoning and character of adjacent developments. The change from Title 19 to Title 20 revised those zoning designations in a way that is not consistent with existing development. Because it happened as part of a citywide rezoning, the upzoning of the gravel pit may not have received the specific public notice it deserved at the time. Adjacent property owners bought their land in reliance on the zoning maps at the time. Mr. Alt bought his land with the present zoning on it. While his representatives may argue there was an error in zoning in the manner that Title 20 deals with split parcels, it is also possible to say that the error in zoning was the name conversion table that called RM 135 three-story apartments equivalent to R4 two-story townhome rezoning. Please do not approve this rezoning request. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Burke. We've reached the conclusion of this period of the meeting. I'm going to go back since the proponents period was not completely used up. I'm going to go back for a moment to see if there are any other proponents that wish to provide comments in support of the rezone. And so go ahead and raise your hand if you didn't get the opportunity during that first portion and wish to give comments in support. Okay. So what I think we'll do here is we've got a little bit of extra time, which is great. We can use that for the subject matter areas. I know our transportation staff are not available until closer to 3 o'clock. So without objection, I'd like to take a 15-minute recess as we discussed in the agenda, and then come back and start with public safety and wildfire issues first, and then take up transportation issues after that. Anyone from council have any concerns with that approach? Okay, great. So we'll be back in order at 2:25, and we will move into public safety issues. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Hopefully everyone had an opportunity to step outside where it is presently sunny and beautiful. We can go ahead and move along through our agenda. And as I mentioned before the break, I'm going to go to the public safety area first. And this is for council question and discussion. We can have a Q&A between council members, the County Office of Emergency Management. We have Assistant Chief, Police Chief Scott Hoffman here from the Missoula Police Department. And we have Fire Chief Gordy Hughes here, although I need to let him into the meeting. Apologies. Okay. And I know there's been substantial discussion around various issues of public safety, whether it be wildfire or evacuation. And so at this time, I would take council questions, and we can work through this topic. And then, of course, we'll circle back around to additional public comment at the end. Ms. Johns.
Great, thank you. I did have quite a few questions regarding fire and evacuation up in Grant Creek. So maybe I'll just kind of put some broad questions out and start from there. And I'm not sure if we start with Chief Hughes or Adrian Beck. So I'll just ask some questions and we'll kind of get them out there and get started. But I guess first of all, I wanted to find out who is responsible for creating a plan, whether it be in advance or spur of the moment, a plan for evacuation, and who executes it. And then let's talk some about that.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Beck, I'll go to you first if that works.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With me today in my office here, I have Captain Rob Taylor from the Sheriff's Office. So we may just kind of punt this back a little bit, but I'll talk broadly to your question. So per Montana Code, the authority to evacuate lies with the chief principal officer for either the municipality, which is the mayor, or the board chair of the county commission. In our emergency operations plan, once an emergency has been declared, they delegate that authority to the incident commander of whatever incident it may be that that emergency is referencing. And so if we're talking about wildfire, it would be the incident commander for that particular event. The responsibility to determine that evacuation is appropriate falls to the incident commander. And then we utilize law enforcement, whether it's city or county, to actually come up with those tactical objectives and tactical plans using the resources that they have to carry out that evacuation. The general tenet is that those that are in the most immediate danger from the threat, and in this case wildfire, would be evacuated first, and then it kind of tears down from there. But I'll let Rob answer anything that I missed.
Yeah, no, I think that's a pretty good overview. I guess stepping down into the tactics of it a little bit. Yeah, we generally will zone the area, and that's usually incident dependent, depending on the direction that the threat is coming from. So we'll create some mapping zones and, try to leverage our public information resources to let folks know what zone they're in and kind of get them familiar with that. If time allows, obviously far ahead of time, weeks, days, at least, if we can, depending on what kind of incident. If it's an emerging incident, it's a lot more of that street level, fly by the seat of your pants, kind of shift supervisor is in charge, and we're doing, pretty rapid evacuations. But if we have any kind of planning space, which in an established incident we normally do, we will work with the incident management team, if there is one, or the incident command structure for wildland fire, and sort of determine some of these things. And as Adrian said, we take our cue from them. They're the fire behavior experts in this case. So we start talking about what kind of lead time they can give us based on fire behavior and weather. And we start making some decisions about pulling the trigger, if you will, on are essentially 2 active levels of evacuation. So that's an order and a warning. I guess that's about it in the general sense.
Yes, to summarize, who comes up with the plan? It is a joint effort between law enforcement and the incident command structure that exists for that incident. And then our office, the Office of Emergency Management, helps utilize and leverage some of the tools that we have to help communicate that and to help affect that.
So Jordan, I have several questions. Can I just go ahead and ask them? Okay, so just so that I'm clear, first of all, so it has to take the local elected leader to declare a state of emergency, and I assume that happens pretty quickly, and then it's the responsibility for the evacuation goes to incident command, and incident command uses local law enforcement as the tool to effectuate the evacuation. Am I getting that right, Adrian and Rob?
Yes, you are. The one thing I would just throw out there as a policy is that if there is an immediate threat to life, we will follow that up with kind of the necessary pro forma emergency declaration. That does not get in the way of an evacuation being executed.
And so emergency management, is that always the incident commander, or how does city fire interact with that? I just don't understand the different structures, Gordy and Adrian.
So the Office of Emergency Management will not be the incident commander. We are a coordinating entity. The incident commander in this case for a wildfire would either be the City of Missoula Fire Department, Missoula Rural Fire District, could be the Lolo National Forest, or it could be the Montana Department of Natural Resources and Conservation. It all just depends on the agency having jurisdiction of where that fire is occurring. Missoula County is very blessed with lots of interagency cooperation. And so in those cases, and in cases where we have kind of mixed protection, Grant Creek is a good example of that, it's very common to form what they call unified command, which would mean that you would have all of those agencies together, making decisions together based on their jurisdictional influences and authorities.
And if it's unified command, who is at the top of that structure?
It would be in a wildfire situation, it would be a wildfire or a firefighting agency.
Okay. And so in terms of so there is this peninsula that is Grant Creek, that is surrounded by forest, that has some barriers at the bottom of it. Since it's already, I'm sure we already have mapping of all of this, we have no idea where a wildfire could potentially start, or what direction the wind will be blowing, or what the temperature will be. There's all sorts of factors that we just don't know, but do we already have some base level of planning? And then given what we already know, and then how do we plug it in to create a more cohesive plan for when something is actually happening? Does that make sense?
It does. I think that it's important that when we talk about evacuations, and you alluded to it, is that every situation is going to be different. Time of day, time of year, amount of resources that we have available to us are going to influence how that evacuation is planned, how it's communicated, and how much time we have to execute it. We have looked at the Grant Creek drainage specifically, and in part of the report from Fire Logistics, we did have a sit-down session with my office, Sheriff's Department, and Police Department to talk through what some of those tactics might be, and those are included in there. We can certainly reference those if need be, but I think that is a representative example of some of the thought process that would go into in that real time. How are we going to evacuate based on what is actually occurring?
Okay. And is there any computer modeling or anything like that? Any tools such as that we use to plug in when we have a situation that's happening? Or is it just what we already know about the mapping of that area?
We have, through our community wildfire protection plan, we have looked at different levels of risk and wildfire risk. There are lots of computer models out there that will allow you to simulate a fire. Typically in the situations as they present on the ground, in those immediate situations, we're relying on those incident commanders' knowledge of fire and fire behavior and the current conditions as they present to make those best decisions. In cases where we have longer term events, if you think of the Lolo Peak fire, the Rice Ridge fire up in Seeley Lake, where we have, days and weeks to think about what our evacuation plan is going to be, those become much more robust plans that we can put a lot of variables into and run a lot of computer models and have fire weather experts that can help inform that plan. But sometimes we just don't have that luxury.
I don't know, Chief Hughes, I don't mean to ignore you. Do you have any thoughts on any of this or?
Really like it when Adrian speaks. I learn a lot from Adrian always, and she spoke very eloquently, as she always does, what that response looks like in that component. And, yes, I really don't have anything to add as far as our addition to the components of a wildfire. Jones, that specific questions.
Jordan, I've got a few more questions. Is that okay to just keep going for a little bit more?
Okay, good.
Okay, so what we're trying to figure out as in front of council is how dense this area down at the bottom of Grant Creek can safely be built. And so I guess I've got some questions. I mean, it's been a gravel pit forever, and then it started to fill in, and there's different levels of density that potentially could go in there. And from your point of view, Adrian and Rob and Gordy, in terms of fire evacuation and safety, how does that play into the equation? Or does it modify your approach on all of this? What are your greatest concerns?
I think that when we look around the valley of Missoula, we have issues with limited ingress and egress in almost all of our major drainages, whether it's the Rattlesnake, Patty Canyon, or Grant Creek. And Miller Creek, thank you. And I think that, not downplaying that at all, it's the reality and how we have historically carried out evacuations and responded to wildfires in those areas is based on the conditions as they present. Not saying that higher density isn't going to pose some additional challenges. It certainly will. They're not insurmountable, probably. Not saying that it's always going to be safe and that you have my guarantee that we're going to be successful every single time, because there's just way too many variables for that. But we will use the resources that we have to effectively get people out of harm's way in the best way that we can when those situations present themselves. I realize that's kind of a non-answer, and I apologize.
Yeah, and I guess I would add, like Adrian said, no guarantees that you can't have the worst day, because that can happen. But I do this all summer with a national incident management team as a liaison officer. I interface with people like Adrian and people like myself at other sheriff's offices all across the country, running from major wildland incident to major wildland incident. And it's exceedingly rare, and I can't even think of an anecdotal sample where we have had an entire drainage completely affected at once. So the likelihood is that a fire starts either mid-slope and cuts the drainage in half, and you have some shelter in place and some evacuations, or more traditionally, you have a fire start out in the wildland and it encroaches on the interface. And so you've got this sort of incremental movement downward. It'd be pretty unlikely, although not impossible, to have to just empty the whole drainage all at once. I know we're kind of thinking of this giant, like, Walking Dead highway scene with all these cars crammed and people can't get out. But I find that, in my experience, to be pretty darn unlikely.
Part of, I guess, to tag on to that a little bit, one of the primary reasons that law enforcement is the agency and the tool that is utilized to carry out evacuations is so that traffic management can be accomplished in real time as situations present. And whether that is changing, changing how an intersection is controlled, whether it's changing the light patterns or having people flag through or holding people back from being able to actually evacuate so that we can get those people most at risk out of the way first. That's one of the primary reasons that law enforcement is used, is for those considerations.
Yeah, and I would just add specifically to this that, obviously we have a really good working relationship with the Missoula PD, and we communicate well, and they're really highly skilled at that higher density traffic movement stuff. They do that all the time. I mean, wrecks on Reserve Street, all that kind of stuff. They're really good at it. And we're pretty good at running around to up long driveways in the woods and getting people out. So I think together, these canyons have a pretty good chance of having a relatively smooth evacuation tactically.
And compared to, in the last couple of years, there is a right turn lane that's been added to get onto the interstate. And so now we have, the circumstances have changed. Now that's in existence. How does that impact your analysis of evacuating Grant Creek?
I think I would ask Assistant Chief Hoffman to speak to how that could speed up movement at that lower end. For our concerns in our jurisdiction, it wouldn't be, I can only see it being helpful, but I don't know. What do you think?
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. We have situations where we block off certain lanes to allow continual flow. So if we blocked off the number one lane on the interstate going westbound, then we could filter all those vehicles coming out and filter them all westbound as opposed to southbound on Reserve Street. So would I like to see that road developed, Expo Parkway, all the way along that north side of the interstate a little bit better, so that we could, if need be, run that traffic from that new development west along the interstate until it comes out, I think, on Wilkes Way. That would be another option to look at. Right now it's a dirt road, but that's another exit that we could utilize. So as far as the traffic goes, I looked at the traffic plan that they proposed, and opening up both lanes up Grant Creek to go southbound is great, as long as you don't need to get emergency vehicles in there. And that's what causes problems when we need more fire trucks or ambulances or even more law enforcement upper Grant Creek. Then you have both lanes coming southbound. So there are things to consider, and it is all dependent on where the fire is and how it's spreading and moving, and we take all those into consideration before, and we're adaptable too. So as things change, we have to change with it. So we've all have some experience in this, and I think it's doable. I'd like to have more time to look at a traffic plan and evacuation plans and stuff like that. But as of right now, I don't see that as being the biggest impact.
Thanks. And Jordan, I'll sit back and let other people ask some questions for a while. And if I have more, I'll raise my hand, but I appreciate it, everybody.
Okay, thanks. I have Ms. Cheryl next, and then Ms. Becerra.
Thanks. I actually think Gwen asked most of my questions. I just want to kind of reiterate, I guess, and see if anyone wants to expand on a couple points. So it sounds like there is knowing that there are a lot of unknowns, there is a pre-existing plan for evacuation from the Grant Creek drainage. Is that correct? Am I hearing that correctly, with a lot of unknown variables?
I would say maybe a better way to put it is there are some known and kind of tested and true strategies that we use. The actual planning, again, is so situationally dependent. So I guess I would separate it and say it that way. Strategically, we have an idea of what we would be looking at, what we'd want to do. We have some, some files in our heads of how to do this in general terms, but situationally dependent, it would certainly change tactically.
May I have a follow-up, Jordan, and have a couple questions as well?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Okay, that's what I mean, yeah, that's what I'm asking, I think, is that, you know, we do have all these drainages and kind of a broader question beyond this one project, but you know, I'm assuming you're aware of all the challenges in each of these drainages and have some general idea of how you would respond to different situations, understanding that there are a lot of unknowns.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So, and then back to the traffic, and Adrian, I think you kind of touched on this for me. So appreciate that. But in controlling the traffic coming out, because, you know, the thing that I really got stuck on was how Grant Creek, we have drainages that are developed, right? And we're going to have to get those people out if there's a fire. So we know that that is true in all sorts of places in town. But in this specific rezone request, it's whether how much this is going to affect people beyond just that development and getting out and down into a safe area from that drainage. So generally, you would just be stopping people from getting, if they're not in danger and people higher up Grant Creek are in danger, you would be stopping the traffic from lower Grant Creek from getting out in order to get people further up out, right? Or people at a higher danger out. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. Yes.
Okay. So I appreciate that you said stopping people from evacuating, because that was one thing that last time I felt really stuck on, is I didn't understand how you know, all those people coming to that drainage trying to get out quickly is obviously a big concern. And then I think my other question was about our ability to quickly be able to control the lanes on the highway, and whether that was what jurisdiction the highway is falling under and how quickly we can kind of close down lanes to make sure there's no backup there if we want to get people moving and getting onto the highway going west quickly.
So it's kind of funny. I remember anecdotal story real quick. Years ago on a snowy, icy night, I closed down Interstate 90, and I pretty quickly got a call from, believe it or not, somebody representing the National Highway Traffic folks in DC. So you don't want to do that without permission. That's a big deal. But impinging on the lanes is no problem. So if we just, like the assistant chief said, if we you know, took over one lane for that continuous flow, that would be no issue. And we've done that a lot of times. You know, I'm sure you all realize this, but we have also great working relationship with Montana Highway Patrol and MDT, and we know how to bring those players into the fold pretty quickly.
Great, thanks. That's that. As you were talking about things being multi-jurisdictional, I started thinking about the highway, and then there was a comment about it. And then I'm just curious, Jordan, maybe you know this off the top of your head, or someone could. How much further do we need for that right turn lane to get all the way up to the access point to this development? Proposed development?
You know, I think we can talk about that during the transportation portion.
Okay.
I know there's some constraints with Grant Creek, and so there's some physical constraints that we should probably talk about in greater depth.
Okay, thank you. I'll hold that question until then. Thanks for the information and for all of you being here. I don't have any more questions at this point.
Thanks, Ms. Becerra, and then Mr. Nugent.
Thank you. Both Gwen and Amber have asked most of the questions that I had. But one question that remains that I hear a lot from my constituents is regarding trying to funnel all the residents, say for example, you have a wildfire that starts, you know, north of the drainage. Most of what we hear is, well, we'll just make Grant Creek Road a one-way out and evacuate everyone. But the question is, how does all the incident commanders and everyone who needs to get into Grant Creek access the fire area? So this idea that we can just make it all one way seems a little bit flawed unless you can levitate, you know, fire trucks to go and put out a fire. So I would like your thoughts about how do we ensure that staff and everyone who needs to work on putting out a fire is actually able to get in there while making sure that everyone who needs to get out makes it out.
Sure. No, agreed. It sounds a little far-fetched to do it, on paper. But generally speaking, I mean, we do this with crashes all the time, where we have law enforcement officers posted on either end, whether it's 100 yards apart or several miles apart. We do this with the interstate. We funnel people off of the interstate onto the frontage roads, back onto the interstate. And it's just about communication and radio traffic. If we had to hold up traffic for a minute to get a few wildland type 6 engines up there, it wouldn't be a big deal. Additionally, I think that everyone, and I don't want to assume folks' knowledge of how this runs, but generally, I think we all have in our head, based on what we read on paper, this kind of Hollywood version of this mass exodus, and it's just really not the way these things happen. In fact, I applaud the Grant Creek community because they've been very proactive as citizens in coming to the table and planning this. But generally speaking, our biggest issue is really compliance with evacuation orders. People don't want to go, and then they come straggling out, or they want to, when they've had 2 weeks to prepare, they still want to bring a horse trailer up there and load their horses and all this kind of stuff when they should have been out weeks ago. So those issues are more present in my mind than this actual kind of mass traffic flow. I don't see that as being the issue. And additionally, knowing a little bit about the Grant Creek area, there is a plethora of safety zones up there, untreed, wide open areas where if we had to, midstream, we had a fire impinging on the road, we could funnel people into that area. And I'm sure that the fire folks, Gordy, and those folks can talk about what that means and, survivability, short-term refuge, shelter in place, that kind of stuff. So I guess to answer your question, I agree. It seems far-fetched to just close it down and, what about the fire trucks? But I think we can make accommodations based on the urgency of the situation. And at worst case scenario, we run traffic in the traditional, 1 lane each direction, fire trucks going up, people coming out. I think we can manage that.
I guess I would just add to that a little bit and to say that, when the decision to evacuate a community or a neighborhood is not anything that anyone takes lightly. But when it is affected, it's to control the ingress and the egress and to deny entry. And so law enforcement really takes in that proactive role of controlling that flow in real time based on what the needs are. And they're in constant communication with the fire incident commanders so that they all know what the situation is at any given time. So as they might know that we've got 4 fire engines that are coming up and we need them to get through. And so law enforcement then has the time to kind of react to that in real time as appropriate. And not to say that it's perfect, not to say that it's not messy, because it certainly is at times. But there is kind of that constant communication that allows for kind of being able to be maximally flexible in these situations.
Jordan, if I may, I just have a couple of other points. I guess more than questions is concerns that I have, and I have heard my constituents express that would like to relate to you, because I understand that many of these situations don't have a specific answer. As you said, everything changes so quickly and you need to react according to what the situation is. However, when we say that it's unlikely for us to have those fires that are shown in movies or whatnot. We have seen quite a few fires in California that are the worst case scenario, and I think that's pretty vivid in people's brains, especially in people who live in Grant Creek and the Rattlesnake. So while we know that is the likelihood of that to happen is perhaps low, it is not, we cannot dismiss the possibility of it happening here, given that we have very similar circumstances. And we always assume that a fire will start in the wooded areas But we also know from Boulder and other places that it can start in places like behind Prospect. So that changes how you deal with a situation. And it seems really odd to me that knowing what we know, even if you have an idea of how you would react in a situation and how you would command a situation, that we don't have an emergency evacuation plan in place. I feel confident that you all know what to do in a situation, but the public doesn't. Anyone in Grant Creek doesn't know what's in your files. There's no plan in place. And, you know, I grew up in Chile, a country with earthquakes, tsunamis, fires. We have evacuation plans. We know what to do, and we do drills. So fire department knows how long it takes to get people out in different magnitude earthquake situations. So we don't have, do we know how long it takes to evacuate all of Grant Creek? Do we know where people would be sent to for how long and a re-entry plan to their homes? I think these are all questions that would be really important for us to know so that we can make decisions on adding density to an area that seems to be prone to these kind of emergency situations to happen. So I know it's a lot, and I know that you don't have all these answers, but I just would like to relay that concern to you all as you move forward and trying to put something together, not just for Grant Creek. I mean, this is a valley that has different neighborhoods that have similar situations. I hope that you will hear what the concerns are. Thank you.
I'll respond to just a couple things. One is that our office is undertaking an initiative to do just what you're describing it's an engineering study essentially that looks at our road network densities throughout the entire county to do a time to evacuate analysis. That's going to take us some time to do, and we need to find the funding to get that done. Additionally, we're looking at some other software that might help with better communicating with the public around evacuations as they're occurring. The one thing that I want to make sure I just convey is that when we talk with neighborhood councils, when we talk with homeowners associations specifically about wildfire evacuations, we hear the same thing, and that we want to know what the plan is. We want to know which direction we're going to turn, where we're going to go. And I think it would be a disservice to give them that sense of this is what's always going to happen, because it may not be what is necessary or even what is the safest option in a different scenario. How we evacuate people based on a wildfire may be completely different as to how we're going to evacuate them based on a chemical spill on the interstate. And we don't want people to build a muscle memory that might put them in danger in a situation that's different than the one that's presenting themselves on the day we tell them to evacuate, if that makes sense.
Total sense. I agree. I know what to do in case of an earthquake, and I know what to do in an event of a tsunami, and it's different. And communities are prepared for either scenario. So I think it's completely doable, and I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add, I don't want to convey to anybody that we're discounting the idea of a worst day scenario. We certainly think about that. And I mean, that's where you start your thinking and then you back down from there. But that said, you know, our conditions, that does happen in California. I've been on several large incidents in California, and it's just astonishing to me how different conditions are. And whenever I come home to the Northern Rockies, I feel blessed that we don't have those kind of trees, that kind of foliage, those kind of conditions. But I've seen some bad ones here too, you know, so it certainly can happen. There are some differences, and I would agree with Adrian that it's a little bit precarious to get folks the 1, 2, 3 sheet on exactly what to do and create false expectations of 100% safety. You know, there is a great deal of all of this belongs to the person who chooses to live in the interface, right? They have to be prepared for themselves and their family, do their own homework. run their own drills. I like the idea of what you're saying. I just don't think that we have the money, for one, to do that kind of stuff. But even if we did, again, participation is difficult. Now, Grant Creek might be different because they're very proactive and involve community in this concept. But you take that to some other drainages, you might not get participation. But I like where you're going. If you can find us some funding, we'd be happy to run those drills.
I'll write a check. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Nugent and then Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have several questions and several have already been answered by my colleagues, so I appreciate that. First, you mentioned the free flow turn west onto I-90 coming out of the Grant Creek drainage. It would seem to me that compared to other drainages, the ability to have a free flow onto an interstate that can quickly take vehicles far away would make it easier to evacuate people from this particular drainage, say, compared to maybe Patty Canyon on the other side of town that doesn't do that. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would. Chief Hoffman?
If I understand, you're saying that going onto the interstate will be a faster evacuation than other drainages?
Yeah, to be able to basically take people straight out of the drainage and a free turn without any stoplights or anything onto I-90.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I appreciate that, because a lot of the kind of public comment that we're getting messaged on and that we've heard on talks a lot about these traffic issues and these evacuation issues. And I guess I would just be curious, and I know this is all hypothetical and there are things that I'm going to ask that seem obvious, but I assume that in an evacuation setting, you would override the lights to prevent bottlenecks. Is that correct?
Yes.
So could you maybe walk through what a hypothetical setup of that intersection would look like in an evacuation, like what you see needing to be done?
I would close all northbound traffic south of the interstate on Reserve. So anybody who wanted to go north of Grant Creek, other than emergency vehicles, would be diverted eastbound on I-90. Then I would have officers there. Generally, we can turn the lights to flashing or turn them off, but we would just have probably a couple patrol cars there with officers that are either one lane. I can see one lane being straight south on Reserve and the right lane being westbound on I-90, all controlled by the officers on scene, using their vehicles to block traffic and make people do what we want them to do.
So kind of given that setup, what do you think the potential opportunities, for lack of a better word, for gridlock in that evacuation would be? I would assume that one of the concerns would be people merging from this potential new apartment development and traffic coming from further down Grant Creek. But Ms. Beck mentioned earlier that you might prioritize the less safe people evacuating first. So I'm curious, what other potential bottlenecks would you see in getting people through that intersection quickly in an emergency?
Well, there's a lot of scenarios to play out. Yeah, if the threat is up in the northern part of Grant Creek, we would hold traffic. We would have officers probably stationed at different areas so that we know what the traffic flow is like, because we don't want that stuff coming from the north to be bottlenecked because we're letting people out of this new development at Expo Parkway. With the help of the county and the highway patrol, I definitely shut down the off-ramp going westbound at I-90 and Reserve as well. So that way we're not getting any other cars in there that can cause any kind of congestion. So, it's a matter of making people do what we need them to do. And that would be the priority, is to get that northern traffic out first. Now, if the fire was on the mountain next to Expo Parkway, then they would have the priority and we'd be a constant flow out of that, maybe create another lane for the stuff coming down from the north part of Grant Creek. So all of those are options, and we take all of those into consideration based on all the facts and information that we're getting. And we utilize that in order to change our plan if we have to. But we're all always adapting and changing things if we need to.
Thanks. Mr. Chair, one more follow-up.
Go ahead.
I guess I would throw this to the four of you. Some more public comment has suggested that people in your positions will always tell us that you can handle it because that's your duty and that's your responsibility. So I guess I want to ask, is your opinion that you and your department are able to handle potential situations that might arise if this zoning was changed based on what we've described today? Or is what they're saying accurate, that this is just your responsibility and we can handle whatever we're asked of? I know that's a tough question, but I feel that you've all described a lot of very interesting information, and I would just be curious your response to that question.
Well, Rob, I'll let you talk about incident command. You've been doing this for fires all the time, but I will tell you that after doing this for 30 years, I am extremely confident that we could handle anything that's thrown at us. It's not a tough question. We can do it.
Yeah, and I go a little different direction. You know, jurisdictionally speaking, nothing really changes for our portion of Upper Grant Creek, save the potential for traffic congestion at the lower end. And I think the coordination with MPD, you know, and the options we have for opening up traffic flow alleviate that to a great degree. Additionally, I just, the potential, in my experience, again, not impossible, but in my experience, the potential for everybody right now, every single house up there evacuation right now is pretty low. That would be an incident of the ages kind of fire.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just summarize and agree with both Chief Hoffman and Captain Taylor's assessments in that, you know, this rezone doesn't necessarily make our jobs harder or more impossible. It adds more complexity, that just adds more variables to the decision space and how things will be executed in real time. But it's another variable that would be added into the mix.
Speak to fire's concerns and just that we evaluate best practices and risk analysis in these situations. And we also have a fire code to look at, and that includes best practices based on historical events that occur, situations like this. I know Boulder is going to add a lot of different viewpoints from folks, and it's like the 1,000-year flood, in my opinion. And no fire code would be written to address a situation like that unless you have a concrete shell that you're going to live in and can avoid 70, 80 mile an hour winds. It's just a really unique situation. But there is nothing in this new development that is currently presented that would be outside of the fire code. So there's no concerns.
Right. Thank you all.
Thanks. Ms. Jones?
Thanks. I wanted to follow up on something that you referenced, Assistant Chief Hoffman, and it was the concept or the idea of evacuating people from this development down at the bottom of Grant Creek and taking them out to the west. It looks like on the frontage road north of the interstate. And I remember 2 years ago when we heard this rezone, looking at that, and my impression was it was just a dirt road that kind of dead ended. But I pulled it up and I'm looking at it again, and I was wondering if you could talk it through a little bit more. From my map, it looks like Expo Parkway turns into Old Indian Trail West, and then it actually forks off, goes over, looks like there's some kind of, it somehow goes underneath the interstate and connects with Wilkie Street. And I guess I've never been out there, and not sure what I'm looking at. So how would that work? Is that passable for cars? Could you use that as an evacuation? What you'd referenced it, and I just want to kind of expand on that.
Yeah, I haven't been up there for years myself, but I do know that there's a private residence up there. And along with that, that road does fork, and I believe it still goes under the interstate there and comes out at Wilkes Road. I'd have to verify that. But to me, that would be if we had a emergency evacuation of this Lower Miller Creek development, it would be nice to have two access roads, either out towards Reserve Street or along the interstate there. That was just something that I also saw back in the day when I was out in patrol, and also on the maps, Google Maps, that I thought if that was accessible. And the last time I was up there were years and years ago, it was a single lane dirt road. But when you have one lane of traffic going the same direction, that's another option. So it could be something that could be developed or widened or something like that, which would always benefit everybody up in the Grant Creek area to have two exit points. That's one thing that's nice about the Rattlesnake is we have Greeno and we have Van Buren, two exits. There's not a lot of drainages that have those many exits. So I always look at another alternative. You don't want to get stuck on one. If something was to happen to bog down traffic on Reserve Street, then what would you do at Grant Creek and Reserve? So I'm always looking for a second avenue, and I think that could be something that could be developed as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. Chief Hughes, we've had public comments about fire operations. I know that our primary ladder truck is stationed at Station 4. Do you have concerns about our ability to respond to structure fires in this area based on our current deployment of resources?
I don't, Jordan, that's a great question. Actually, the ladder aerial platform that would respond to this area comes from Station 3, which is on 39th Avenue. Primary response, Station 4 with pumpers. That's where that other aerial that you speak of resides, but the pumpers would respond out of there for this area.
Thanks. And a question for everyone. Have you all had the opportunity to review the fire logistics report, and do you have any concerns or anything in that you find to be inaccurate or of a concern? Okay, can I get verbal answers just for the record?
No, from police department.
Sure.
No from City Fire.
No from OEM.
No from the Sheriff's Office.
Okay, thanks. This has been really fascinating and helpful, and we've burned through our allotted time. And so I want to call for any additional questions on this area. Again, we can come back to it, but I just want to check in with council members again. Okay. We have one hand up in the public. I'm going to do just a real brief call for public comment, just a couple minutes. I have Kevin Davis, and please in this section, please keep your comments to this subject matter, and we'll circle back around for general comment. Mr. Davis, you should be able to unmute. Okay, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I wasn't going to, but several of the remarks that were made here by first responder agency people have caused me to want to say a few things. In another jurisdiction, I spent about 25 years volunteering for a fire department and other emergency services agencies. I don't have the training and expertise of these gentlemen, but I just want to describe a few things. For one thing, well, let's look at an example of how people don't respond the way they're trained and expected to do. You go back, one of the greatest incidents is the bombing of Hiroshima. 1/3 of the people who perished in that bombing perished because they didn't stop and help the person that was right next to them who was on fire. They all tried to run across town to get to their families, and this is the kind of things that happen. But what I want to get at is I want to echo what Ms. Becerra was saying. It only by doing actual drills are you going to know whether something is going to work. You can't. A paper study isn't going to give you that answer. And when I hear comments that I got back from California, I'm so glad we don't have the situation they have, I get really concerned. And I get really concerned when I hear comments of, this would be an event for the ages. We are having events for the ages right now. They're happening more and more frequently. And as the policy of the city government is to increase density throughout the city, this becomes an even greater problem. And as we move towards, it looks like allowing the rattlesnake dams to be dismantled, so we start losing water resources around here, the opportunity for major disaster means what you have to do, in my opinion, is not look at this development in isolation. You have to look at it, and you have to look at it in conjunction with the increased density elsewhere. You have to look at it in conjunction with the climate change and the increasingly bad fires that we're having. And we are having events for the ages, and we're going to have more. And we just had the earliest hurricane season, and we have the biggest threat now to the west, the Pacific coast, from these storms that we've ever had. These are events for the ages. As far as not having the money, it's hard. I have a problem with that. I understand these are all separate, but when I read that there's so much money in MRA that they don't need to issue bonds to do major projects, and we don't have money to do the planning and the research for emergency services response for something like this, that concerns me. So I'm sure I'm just about up to my time, if not already over. But in conclusion, I'd just like to say you can do this. It was done in Oregon City, Oregon, when we were identified as the city that was going to have the worst result of an earthquake in the United States. So that became the model for the entire United States for FEMA. And the people just got behind it. And the public officials were willing to spend a Saturday and not get paid. Imagine that. And people took time off from work. They got trained. The whole city got organized. And that city, I think, can respond to anything. And I just think Missoula needs to do the same thing. People need to be willing to volunteer, maybe not get paid. I know you guys are you put in more work for less money than just about anybody, all of you on the council and everybody else there that I'm looking at. But this is the only way we're going to get it done if we wait for studies and funding. Meanwhile, everything's proceeded. We have hyperdensity. We have this development is done. We haven't done actual drills, and people aren't ready. And then it happens, and the event for the ages happens, and it might be next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Time for one more. I have MJ, and if you please state your name for the record.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Audio check?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Melissa's my wife. She just left the room. My name is Bart Bruns, for the record. Do you need any other details before I get to my question?
That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Sounds like, if I'm listening correctly, and I hope I am, several of you just mentioned a couple minutes ago, you haven't been a chance to see the roads that were talked about around the property. Did I hear that correctly?
So we don't do a back and forth Q&A here, but if you, during the public comment, but if you want to get all
Very
your
good.
questions out, I can.
My public comment would be, I really challenge you as elected officials for our community to really get eyes on the scene, to be there so you can know and fully understand, given the magnitude of the decision. I think that would give you the information and the sense to, take action on the right thing versus, I just heard comments of it might be, it's possible. I would really think it'd be wise to really get eyes on the scene. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. I'll note that I've personally been up there several times on the site and around the site, and I'll just note that. We're going to move on to our transportation section. So I want to thank our emergency response professionals for coming and participating in that discussion. And you're welcome to hang around. We'll be here till 5:30, or you're welcome to take off and get on with your day. So I'm going to invite, I know we have Jeremy Keene and Ryan Guelph here. Does anyone need just a couple minute break, or are we good to keep going? Okay, we'll just keep going, and if anyone needs to duck out for a moment, feel free. So we have Jeremy Keene and Ryan Guelph here, and maybe I'll just allow both of you to introduce yourselves, and then we can get into questions.
Thank you. Jeremy Keene, I'm the Public Works Director, and I have a couple members of my staff on the call today as well to help answer questions. Ryan Guelph is a transportation engineer within Public Works. Aaron Wilson is on the call. He's our transportation planning manager, and I believe Kevin Slovar, city engineer for surface transportation, is also available for questions. So if it's okay, I have a short presentation that I wanted to do. We've talked quite a bit now about emergency response, and I'll talk a little bit about more of the day-to-day traffic impacts related to a development like this, and what our process is for reviewing those impacts, and how we make some decisions around what kinds of mitigation might be appropriate.
That's great, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Those are obviously not unrelated. The emergency response and access is related to the roads that we use every day, but what we'll really focus on here is what does this look like on a day-to-day basis, and what we might expect to see. So hopefully you're all seeing my screen now. Great. Okay, so you've all seen the findings of fact. There was a number of things already presented in the staff report that you all know. The intersection I-90 was improved. There are some new sidewalks and some missing segments, and the developer has petitioned to be included in the Mountain Line Urban Transportation District. No transit lines currently serve the parcel, but it is included in their long-range plans. Public Works staff also provided agency comment, including review of the traffic impact study that was submitted by the applicant. And the conclusions were that the development will have impacts to the immediate streets in Grant Creek Road. And Public Works staff requested clarifications and additional information, which may show the need for improvements to be made. There were also recommendations for additional non-motorized connections to allow for improved bike and ped use. So a little bit about our traffic impact study process. This is all contained in our Public Works manual in Chapter 7. There's a link there if anybody wants to go and look that up. Traffic impact studies are required for any development that generates more than 200 new trips. And that traffic impact study is typically submitted with a development application. So that's usually building permit or subdivision. It's not actually required for a rezoning, but in this case, the applicant submitted that for information in consideration of the zoning request. We recommend that they meet with the city engineer to help define the parameters of the study, including what other developments should be considered in the study. And they're required to analyze the impacts of all nearby facilities. So streets and intersections, as well as public transit, bicycles and pedestrians. And the city engineer can require mitigation where those facilities are not adequate to provide for the development, the proposed development. So all of this is based on a manual by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the Trip Generation Manual. And this is a book of empirical studies. So they go out and they actually do counts and observations, and then they create an average trip rate for different types of development. And just to remind you, a trip is an exiting or entering trip. So if you leave and come back, that's 2 trips. And single family residential homes typically generate about 10 trips a day, and multifamily residential are typically less, 4 to 6 trips a day. And that's really often the result of household size, as well as the density and location, where multifamily tends to have less trips because either it's located closer to other things that don't require a car trip, or just that the household sizes are smaller. So mitigation is something that we look at with every one of these traffic impact studies. And I think it's important to remember that traffic capacity isn't the sole measure of transportation impacts. We also want to maintain good safety and sustainability, as well as capacity in our transportation system. And some of the other metrics that we want to look at are crash history and risk, connectivity, accessibility, transit availability, and the condition of existing facilities. These can all affect how much traffic is generated. And we want to reduce single occupancy vehicle use as much as possible. So this can happen sometimes by making safety enhancements for peds and bikes, by adding mixed use to the development, something that traffic engineers call trip capture. So if you can have other services located within that development, you don't have to get in your car and go elsewhere. And then we look at different triggers for mitigation, and some of those would be high crash history or a crash risk that can be identified and that would be amplified by the new development. Excessive delay, recognizing that we're always going to have a certain level of congestion during peak hours, but we ask the question, does this new development create delay that's inconsistent with other areas of the community? Is it going to be excessively delayed or impacted by the new development? And then finally, excessive queuing. The question really is, does the new traffic create problems such as backing up from a stop control or a signal that blocks the effective use of other intersections or lanes? You've probably heard the term lane starvation. That's where one lane will queue up past the point where another lane is accessible or useful. So, in this case, you could imagine that through lane queuing up past the length of the right turn lane. And so that right turn lane is no longer able to be used. So some examples of mitigation that could help offset some of these impacts: street lighting, enhanced crosswalks, so new striping, enhanced flashing crosswalks, things like that. Traffic calming measures, improving connectivity, either with streets or sidewalks and paths. Traffic reduction measures, like we talked about, things like mixed use, co-workspace, transit, car shares or bike shares, having bike storage or bike repair facilities as part of the development. All these things can help reduce the trips, and we can make calculations for those. We can make estimates for the amount of trip capture that those would generate. And then you get into things like additional capacity with new lanes, things like adding right turn lanes or left turn lanes, and finally intersection controls like signals or roundabouts. And then there's always a question of how do you pay for it? So there's a couple of different ways that we go about this. One is direct mitigation. The developer would build on-site or off-site improvements to mitigate those new traffic impacts that are generated by the development. So an example might be a left turn lane or a new signal where development accesses an existing street. We also collect impact fees for system capacity. So those impact fees are collected from new developments at the time of building permit, and they're used to construct improvements throughout the city. And we program those through our capital improvement project process. So those typically occur offsite, and they provide some level of general public benefit as well as mitigation for the development. And as an example, we're working right now in the Mullen area on Mary Jane Boulevard, which will provide relief for Flynn Lane as development occurs in that area. And Mary Jane Boulevard is funded, at least in part, by traffic impact fees. And so that's a general public benefit and mitigation for development. And then the last one is sort of a combination of the two, which is collecting a proportional cost from the developer, where the city would estimate what proportion of traffic the developer is contributing to an area or an intersection. And in addition to impact fees, collect that money and apply it towards a CIP project that would include other funding. And an example of that is the Cattle Drive, George Elmer Drive intersection, where we had 3 different subdivisions. Each one of them paid in a proportional cost to constructing an intersection improvement there. And then the city also applied some transportation impact fees to that project. So looking at this area specifically, we had recent improvements to the I-90 intersection, and by most accounts, those are working pretty well. The level of service was improved at that intersection, and the new right turn lane has helped considerably in terms of getting egress out of the Grant Creek area. North of the I-90 interchange, the average daily traffic is about 6,000 to 7,000 cars. And then it drops off fairly significantly, about half of that north of Stonebridge Road. We know that there are some sidewalks, but we have some missing sidewalks. On Stonebridge, there's sidewalks on one side, but not both. We like to have sidewalks on both sides of the street. There's a couple of gaps on Expo Parkway. And we have a trail, but the trail's in pretty poor shape, and it also is fairly narrow and doesn't meet our current standards for a shared use path. And so those are some deficiencies. We also have a bit of a crash cluster identified right around the gas station. The traffic impact study that was prepared by the applicant reported about 28 crashes. We're seeing just within this area, about 20 of those crashes in the past 10 years have occurred just in that short stretch between the service road and the gas station driveway. So that's an area of concern. It's a higher crash rate than we would expect. And a lot of that is related to those intersections and driveways. About half of the crashes were related to turning in and out of those intersections. So we have some short-term and long-term plans for Grant Creek Road. One of the things that we've been looking at is a speed reduction as you come up to Stonebridge Road going south. We want to see speeds get lower there as that becomes a little bit more urbanized and there's more things going on. Looking at dropping that speed limit from 45 to 35, just a little bit to the north of Stonebridge. We've been working on a speed study for that purpose, and that's something that has to go to City Council for approval. We are also working with the Parks Department on the new proposed Bluebird trailhead and an enhanced crosswalk at Stonebridge to help access that trailhead, which is going to be right there in the current gravel parking lot. So a little bit longer term, we think that looking at some access control or consolidation may be necessary along the gas station frontage to help alleviate some of those safety concerns that we're seeing. We are also continuing to work on trail connections to the south along Grant Creek and also continuing east along I-90. And then the Department of Transportation has plans to do a Reserve Street pedestrian safety study and has also been working on Reserve Street signal timing, which will help with that larger Reserve Street corridor to the south. So just a couple general comments about the TIS that was submitted. We definitely believe that development will have transportation impacts. As proposed, the development would be 700 units, and that would add approximately 3,800 new trips. So your total average traffic would be 10,000 to 11,000 vehicles per day. So that's roughly a 60% increase. And just to give a little perspective, if you look at Higgins Avenue south of Brooks, right by Hellgate High School, that's about 10,000 cars a day. 39th Street, just west of Russell, is about 13,000 cars a day. Expressway, just west of Reserve, is about 8,000 cars a day. And going over the Scott Street Bridge currently is about 8,000 cars a day. So it's right in that range of what we see in a lot of places around town on minor arterials or collector streets. So it's not an unusually high amount of traffic, and the types of lane configurations and intersection controls that we have typically serve that level of traffic. We did comment that capacity is not the sole measure. We do want to look at the other metrics like safety and multimodal impacts. And that we recognize that there are some clarifying assumptions about trip distribution, queuing analysis, and existing conditions that need to be corrected in that TIS before we're ready to have a more detailed conversation about what mitigation might be required. So, we want to get the data correct first, get all the assumptions agreed to, and then have a good discussion about mitigation. So some of the things that I think we will be talking about is, including lowering speeds on Grant Creek Road, filling in those sidewalk connections, making sure that it's possible to get from the new development to those destinations like the gas station or the restaurants that are available there. Enhancing the path, widening and repaving that substandard path could be a good mitigation measure, especially because there isn't adequate space along the west side of Grant Creek Road for a sidewalk. So that path really serves as the sidewalk system. Looking at those enhanced crossings that we've talked about, high visibility markings, possibly a rapid flashing beacon, and improvements at I-90 for pedestrians as well could be on the table. I always want to remember that trip reduction should be a high goal for us, that it's often easier to reduce trips than it is to mitigate for them. So anything we can do to help people make fewer trips is good. And then finally, looking at those intersection improvements, and that could mean doing something like extending the right turn lane, turning westbound onto I-90 in order to keep that intersection working well. So next steps, there is a development agreement proposed. Whether council chooses to accept that or not, it does provide some sense of predictability for us in terms of predicting traffic impacts as this area builds out. We would not expect a revised traffic impact study until we see building permits. So that's typically something that would happen a little bit down the line following the decision on a rezoning. And then having that discussion about mitigation measures, what and when, understanding how those happen as the development plays out, and how we would continue to have some ongoing neighborhood communication. I think it's important to note that the process of reviewing building permits and traffic impact studies is an administrative process. It's not something that comes back to council for a decision, but it is possible for us to continue to have good public communication and transparency on that. And I think the Engage Missoula site is a good place to do that and a place to keep the public informed. So with that, I'm happy to dive into any questions that you may have, and we can go back to any slides that you may want to have more detailed discussion about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Questions from council members? And maybe I'll go to Michelle first, since we have a carryover question from the safety discussion.
Thanks. Thanks, Jeremy. I just have a quick question. I'm wondering if you or anyone else knows the distance to the entrance to the proposed development and where the right turn lane currently ends, like how far, and what would be, in extending that, what would be the complications traffic wise? I don't know what the ownership on those different pieces are, and could you just discuss that and how that might work if that happened?
Ryan can probably give us a number on the turn lane length. The complication with extending it is that Grant Creek is right there, and you would have to extend the box culvert for Grant Creek, and that will be difficult in terms of the constructability and also in terms of being able to permit that. It's already a fairly long culvert that tends to restrict or discourage fish passage, and I know the agencies wouldn't be thrilled with seeing that culvert get longer. It may be possible to do widening in a different way, widening more to the east so that you wouldn't impact Grant Creek, but that's something that we haven't really looked at in detail.
Yeah, and I just measured that additional length that would be required to get that turn lane to Expo Parkway, and it's about 650 feet, so pretty substantial.
Thanks. Ms. Becerra and then Ms. Pasica.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I guess I'll start with the mitigation measures. One in your slide, Jeremy, one of the mitigation measures was trip reduction, and I'm wondering how you think that can be accomplished in this area.
Well, what you typically do in a traffic study is look at trip capture, and it's a combination of those things that you can quantify that would reduce trips. And so you would make some assumptions about how many trips you could reduce through transit use or biking or walking, through having more mixed use or co-working space, things that would just reduce the number of trips that have to happen off-site. So it's usually done sort of accumulating all of those different measures and then applying some sort of a percentage in terms of what the trip capture would be for the site.
Yeah, but I guess I'm wondering for the specific site, how would that work, since we don't have, since you have to take out transit out of the equation, and one of the mitigation measures is for improvement to pedestrian improvements, because there aren't many that are safe to use. So it kind of renders the trip reduction very limited, I guess.
Yeah, it's probably going to be fairly limited on a project like this, but you still may be able to achieve 10% or 15% trip reduction if you include enough things. And some of these are things that the developer can commit to doing, like including a TDM coordinator in the management of the apartment. So somebody that actually works to help people figure out how to take other modes, or providing that co-working space within the development.
And would that be something that happens as a condition of the building permit approval?
Yeah, I think whatever credits you would allow for trip capture, you would want to condition in the building permit.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. One is, do you believe that we would need mitigation measures if this development was developed at the current zoning density?
I think so. I think that even with the current density, you're still looking at a fairly large traffic volume. So I don't know that the rezoning really changes whether or not there would be mitigation required. It might change the details around what's required and how much, but I think that either way, we're looking at a fairly sizable development.
Yeah. My next question is about, you mentioned the Bluebird Trail, and, you know, very excited that that's happening. And I'm sure that members of the community from all over are gonna come and use it. I'm wondering how that affects the traffic study, because I guess I'm wondering how much more traffic can we assume will be added by people visiting and using that parking lot, and eventually having to leave that parking lot, which would be a left-hand turn almost across from Expo Parkway. Has that potential traffic been included in any of the analyses?
I don't know that it has, but there, you know, in the traffic analysis, we should see other traffic generators included. So either other developments that could happen or other things like a trailhead and what traffic that would generate.
Great. And then my last question has to be with the level of service. I can't remember what it is right now for Grant Creek during that segment, and what would it change with the added traffic, and what would that be?
Well, I hesitate a little bit to answer that question until we get the data and the assumptions sorted on the traffic impact study. I think by all accounts, we did reach out to MDT and they believe the intersection is working well. The numbers that were provided in the traffic impact study were that all of those intersections, including the I-90 intersections, operate at level of service C or better. And I don't have any reason to doubt that. I think that's probably true. But I would like to see what this looks like once we get all of the numbers corrected and we're comfortable with the assumptions.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Vasika.
Thanks. I'm sorry if I missed this answer. I tried to go sit outside, but my internet did not like that. So I was wondering, so I heard that, so I guess what was the estimate of the new daily trips with the 700 units versus what would the estimate of new trips be with the current zoning that it is now? I guess how many units could be in the zone now with the zoning now? Do you understand my question?
Okay, yes. So the estimate with the 700 units was about 3,800 trips. And I have a couple different numbers on what could be developed with the existing zoning. I think the number that staff gave was 495 units. I believe RT Cox's presentation earlier was a slightly lower number. I think he was using 325 and estimating 2,268 trips. 495.
Okay, and is that total or additional?
These would be additional new trips. So I think if it was 495 units, it would probably be closer to 3,000 new trips. So I think we're probably in the range of 2,200 to 3,000 trips with the existing zoning.
That's great. Thank you.
Thanks. Additional questions? I don't really know how to phrase what I'm thinking here, but there's, a rezone is more of a planning level decision, and we don't have a specific project tied to the rezone, and it's my understanding that the traffic impact study is not required at this time, but is certainly useful context. And I'm thinking about the old sawmill district, I guess, as an example of a site that was built in phasing, and where there's required mitigation at certain phases, and thinking about the signal that the developer is required to build at Craig Lane and Orange Street. Can you talk through, I know that the specific data needs to be corrected within the traffic impact study, but can you talk about sort of order of magnitude of types of mitigations that might be required at building permit for this number of units? Or, I mean, is it within the realm of possibility that the developer may be required to make substantial improvements to Expo Parkway and Grant Creek Road, or that those, I'm trying to understand what scope of mitigation we're talking about here. Is it a painted crosswalk, or is it a signal? And those are very different mitigations.
I'm going to go out on a limb a little bit here because we don't have all the numbers, but I think that it's unlikely that we would be to the level of requiring a signal or some other control like a roundabout at those intersections of Expo Parkway or Stonebridge, because the majority of the turns are right turns against a fairly low traffic volume going south on Grant Creek. So there's adequate gaps, and unless the preliminary numbers we've seen are completely wrong, those intersections look like they work pretty well. I think where we're most likely to run into problems is at the I-90 intersection and having those newly constructed lanes queue up further and reduce the ability to get to that right turn lane. And so I think that's the most likely place we would see mitigation for traffic is doing something else with the I-90 intersection.
And would that be typically, would that be typically, the developers represented how much they believe they'll be paying in impact fees, transportation impact fees. Would that be something that would be an appropriate use for a portion of those impact fee, or for those impact fees or would that be a mitigation that the developer would be required to pay for, or would it be some combination?
I think that's in that category of a direct mitigation. So it's something that we can directly quantify and attribute to the development. I know that the opposition's traffic engineers pointed out that there are other signals downstream on Reserve Street that might be impacted and should have been included in the study. I think that's in that category of system capacity and system impacts that impact fees are intended to pay for. So I think we've appropriately identified the intersections that should be included in this traffic impact study and that are directly impacted, and things that happen to those intersections would be part of that direct mitigation.
Okay. Ms. Becerra?
I forgot to lower my hand. I think you asked the question that I had, which was who pays for these mitigation measures, and it sounds like it's from impact fees generated by the development. Is that correct?
Well, the things that are directly attributable to the new development would be paid by the developer directly. They'd be required to construct those improvements, and things that are happening further out in the system are part of what impact fees go to pay for. So there's sort of this overall system capacity of all the roads and signals that we have in town, and then there's the direct access points and nearby intersections that are impacted by the development.
So would the I-90 intersection be considered impact by the development or just overall system?
Yeah, I believe that's a direct impact, and direct mitigation would be required there.
And that would require coordination with MDT in order to make any, yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks.
And as a follow-up to that, at what phase in project development does that become, at what phase is that assessed, and at what phase is that required if there is mitigation required? Is there a threshold of, you can build X number of units, but X plus one is there a straw that breaks the camel's back, or is it how is that timed and how is that planned?
Yeah, I think that's what we would want to do with the first building permit, and the traffic impact studies identify that threshold of when mitigation is required. So it may not be required on day one. mean, as you've seen, they've already built several multifamily apartments, and those had a traffic impact study that was evaluated with those units. And so there will be a point where mitigation is required, and we'll identify what that is. It's one of the things that the development agreement helps us with, is they outline some timing on when units are going to go in.
Thanks. Ms. Vasika?
Thanks. So if this development, if this rezoning is not approved, will there still be some, I guess, changes to that intersection? Because as it is now, I've heard a lot of complaints about it, and I've experienced it myself. So I was wondering if there was any plans in the future, regardless if this is if this is accepted or not.
We don't have any plans to do more with that intersection. Like I said, I think it's actually working pretty good. You do probably see congestion during the peak hours, but but generally it's functioning as it should. And so without this development, I don't know that there's any near-term or even midterm plans to do more with that intersection.
Okay, good info. Thank you.
Some of the public commenters brought up, and I've seen it from being up there, sort of the challenges that are associated with left turns out of the businesses on the east side of Grant Creek Road. And I recognize that that's not connected to this project, but could be exacerbated by if this rezone is approved and there's additional development in that area, that could exacerbate an existing condition that's maybe not ideal. Has the city looked at any fixes to those? And I mean, I guess the Best Western and Starbucks and Mackenzie River Pizza and all of those have an access point that's pretty close to that intersection. And I guess can you speak about that offsite condition and if it relates to this project or?
Yeah, I think it's definitely related in that we've identified a crash cluster area, an area that we're concerned about, and I think that looking at what to what extent the new traffic being generated by the development exacerbates that problem. So we could include some mitigation requirements for that. With the new I-90 improvements, one of the things they did is they restricted some of the left turns coming out. But it's really that first intersection where the Starbucks is that seems to be one of the problems. And so looking at ways to make that function safer. One of the things that we've talked about with staff is that everything's operating pretty fast. There's a lot of lanes and a lot of width that tends to encourage pretty high speeds. And so some traffic calming through here could help settle things down a little bit to allow for those turning movements to happen at lower speeds. And that might be something that we want to look at in the near term.
Okay, thanks. Do we have additional questions on transportation? I'm not seeing any. We can certainly come back to it if anything comes up. We'll take brief public comment on transportation issues. I have Kim Burke.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I had a question about the number of trips that are generated by apartments versus single-family homes. And when they specifically gave the reasons why single-family homes generate more traffic, they mentioned that it's because apartments are usually built close to services, and that is not the case in this situation. So it seems like there should be a medium number that they're using for the apartments that would reflect their distance from all the services. Can you address that?
I will ask that of staff and have them address that. Thank you. Can you take that, Jeremy, and describe that condition and how that impacts?
Sure. So the IT trip generation manual actually gives a range of different trip generation values for multifamily apartments, and it's really based on where they're located. So urban areas, that number is even sometimes lower than 4. It can be 2. And then in more suburban areas, which is closer to the way I described this one, that number is at the upper threshold of 6 or thereabouts. So there is a range, and ITE does have different studies for those different locations, and you can parse that out. So that's something that we can look at when we review the traffic analysis to make sure that we agree on the assumptions that are being used about what type of multifamily apartment we're looking at.
Okay, thanks. And I have Mike Cole.
I just have a short issue. I guess I would like to see the problems identified by the Greenlight study of the TIS be answered in any future TIS that's produced by the developer. Because I think there were some very valid points there. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Appreciate that. Okay, anyone else on transportation? Okay, seeing none, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 4:05 and we'll take up the development agreement and follow-up discussion and additional public comment. All right, we can go ahead and get started again. So our last remaining item is discussion of the development agreement as proposed by the applicant. And I want to start with Ryan Sudbury from the City Attorney's Office. Just wait for a moment for everyone to filter back in as well. Okay. So this time is an opportunity to discuss the development agreement that's been proposed by the developer as a companion to this rezone application. My understanding is that that development agreement was proposed as part of their application, but it's technically a separate distinct action that could potentially be considered in conjunction or simultaneous to the rezone. And I'd turn it over to Ryan first for a discussion of that mechanism and any background that you feel is pertinent, Ryan, and then we can discuss the content of the agreement as well as the how that agreement might work if it is something that is executed by the city.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know if I'm 100% the best person to lead this discussion, but for lack of another leader, I guess I'm the person that it is. The city has used or has, I don't know all the history with the city and development agreements, but we certainly seem to have been using these more regularly as part of development review. They serve some mutual benefits for a developer that's coming in and wants some certainty sometimes the way their project is going to be treated or reviewed, and the city gets some certainty about timing on certain things, or how they're going to provide something that may not be found strictly in our development regulations or public work regulations or parks regulations, but where we would like to see a certain kind of thing happen. And so there's benefit to both sides in a lot of these situations. We're negotiating one of these at the Sawmill District, not tied to zoning or anything, just they have a subdivision and there's some sort of ambiguity in how things should be applied within the subdivision. And so we're working out the terms of a development agreement there to say, at these certain dates or unit build outs, you'll do X, Y, and Z, and that'll, comply from the city's perspective with their subdivision. We used a development agreement for the Reed Row condo project where the city vacated that street. We wanted some elements to be memorialized in an agreement. So these are not unusual in development. There's another example out in Mullen where some adjacent developers wanted a centralized park space. And so we sort of agreed that all the park dedication that would be required for development on all the parcels could be sort of co-located in one area. So they allow us a little bit of flexibility, but provide the city with certainty. So in looking at this development agreement, it's coming along at the same time as the rezone. So, I can certainly understand how some folks think that this is connected to the rezone, and the developer is trying to address issues that are that come up in their rezoning and that have been raised by public comment in the past and currently. So I could certainly see how it's folks think it's connected because they're coming up at the same time. But from a development review perspective, we review this as something that the city could enter into with the developer during development review to say, and this came up a minute ago, I think when Jeremy was talking, they're going to be building, if the rezone is approved, would be building a series of buildings, and some of the development review elements wouldn't be triggered until they got further down the line. But it may behoove both parties to have a bit understanding at the outset of when those when those triggers would happen and what would happen when, what they would provide at those times. So this is something we could do as, after the rezone. If city council votes to approve the rezone, you could do it. And I think council has discussed trying to take this up, the same night so that we can lock in some of the things that are in the development agreement. But at the same time, we could do it down the road. The way it probably more normally comes up, where, like I said, that both parties think there's some benefit to achieving some certainty and negotiating the terms of the development agreement down the line. So we're, my review of the agreement, I've seen the letter that came in from the Friends of Grant Creek and reviewed it. And it's my assessment that the development agreement, if it's picked up after the rezone, and again, the rezone is considered on its own merits based on the rezoning criteria. But if city council votes to approve the rezone based on the rezoning criteria and finding that on balance it complies, and then takes up the development agreement subsequently, it would be my opinion that the development agreement is perfectly legal and enforceable. Enforceable either as a negative easement under state law or as just a contractual agreement between the two parties. That's not to say that crafty attorney couldn't find a reason to get a court to be convinced that it's not enforceable or not legal in some form, but our analysis, taking a look at the case law and the state statutes that apply, we think these are useful. They're used in other parts of Montana in the development review context, and we think there's a good public benefit to continue to use them.
Thanks for that background, Ryan. That's helpful. I'm gonna open it up for council questions at this time. I have Ms. Cheryl and then Ms. Jones.
Yeah, so I just want to be super clear. I'm kind of reiterating a couple things. So we have confirmed, I've heard a couple different things. We have confirmed legal opinion that we cannot consider this as part of the rezone. Will someone confirm that?
I would advise against that, I would say. I think that we run into the issues potentially that were raised by the Friends of Grant Creek, that if these are connected, then it could be viewed as, contractual or conditional zoning. And the authority to do that in Montana is unclear. So, I would advise to take it up subsequently and consider the rezone on its own merits. Yeah. And I would say, I guess to put a finer point on that, if the rezone goes through, and you vote to pass it over the protest, and then you take up the development agreement is approved, but subsequently down the line, somebody determines that this, court of competent jurisdiction determines that the development agreement is unenforceable for some reason, then the rezone is going to be in effect. It's not going to be undone because the development agreement is undone, because they're separate actions and they aren't connected. So that's the downside of sort of taking it up after.
Okay, so may I have a follow-up, Jordan?
Yep, go ahead.
So so we decide on the rezone and we vote up, say that the rezone passes, and then that same night we could do the development agreement in that same night and avoid the problems that you're outlining, in your opinion, Ryan?
Yeah, I think so. And I think that when I spoke last with the developer's attorney on this, that the developer is the plan is to have him sign it and have it be ready to be executed that night if you guys do pass the zoning and then subsequently pass the development or approve the execution of the development agreement. It can be signed that night. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Jones?
Thank you. First of all, I just want to note for the record that I think there are a lot of crafty attorneys in the attendees. So I just want everyone to note that. but I say that in jest because I like making attorney jokes. But I did want to, first of all, I don't know that we have the answers to this. It's hard doing this on the fly after quite a few hours of a long meeting, but with the development agreement, we have not technically opened a public hearing on that item. So Jordan, I wonder if it needs to be separated out and we open a public hearing on it and the whole rezone is a separate process. It's been kind of, I don't know, we just procedurally, I'm not sure, maybe we need to clarify some items procedurally. And then also I am hoping, really the first I heard of this development agreement was, I think when we opened the public hearing on the rezone. And I do want to make sure that all staff and departments had a chance, relevant staff and departments had a chance to weigh in on it to see if any minor issues needed to be hammered out, because these things do tend to be complicated. So I just wanted to throw that out there in terms of sequencing, and maybe there needs to be some division there.
Yeah, and I think it's a great point, and I think there's a lot of conditional things here. Obviously, if the development agreement is only relevant if the rezone carries through. I did, just in order to prepare for this meeting, I did ask the clerk's office what the most appropriate way to proceed would be if the committee wants to consider the development agreement. My understanding, and maybe Ryan, you can correct me if I'm mischaracterizing this. My understanding is that the development agreement has been part of the public record and part of the submittal package, and so it would be appropriate to simply add a motion for consideration that would come up after this, if relevant. Ryan, I don't know if you can speak to process, but that's my understanding is that since this proposed development agreement has been part of the record since the beginning of this item, that it is appropriate to add a motion to take it up if that's the will of the council.
That's my understanding as well. I mean, it's an agreement. Those can be referred from committee to city council. And I don't think there's a set pathway for that. I agree with you. It's at least in draft form been part of the submittal packet so far.
Dave Grand Prix.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that it's true that the draft development agreement has been part of the package the entire time. It was part of the submittal. Staff and the developers team has been kind of talking back and forth a little bit about some potential changes to it. And there's a more current draft that I think meets some of the interests of city staff a little bit better, that council and the public has not had an opportunity to review yet. So I think it's very important that become that it be posted, that it be subject of perhaps another committee meeting or something like that. I don't know procedurally what the right way to go is either, but I just want to make sure that we're fully disclosing, that it's all open and out there and available for public comment.
Yeah, I think that's critical that we have. I mean, obviously, council needs to review it, and the public needs the opportunity to review it and as well. And so, I'm not sure what the best procedure is, but maybe we put a pin in that and just flag that as an issue that we certainly need to figure out. Ms. Jones?
Thanks. Yeah, Dave was kind of articulating what I was mulling over, is I feel like it needs to be separately referred as its own item so that it provides notice to the public. So maybe that's however we start that process.
Ms. West?
So I just have a comment on the development agreement. And since this isn't the I guess the final or most recent draft, I think, depending on how things work out, I think a shortcoming of the development agreement is that the playground doesn't have a public access easement. I think that Grant Creek as a whole really lacks access to develop playgrounds. And I think if there was a way of securing the playground that's a part of this development as, a publicly available resource, I think that would be, a benefit potentially that we should secure if it's possible. So I just want to flag that, and I'm not sure what the process is, or maybe staff is already talking about that, but I think it would be important to have that be a publicly accessible space.
Okay, and I guess I'm thinking about the development agreement as a function of potentially having the opportunity to create public benefit and some certainty. I mean, and so I guess I'm sorry. I had a question and all that, and I lost it. So I'm gonna go on to Mr. Nugent, and I'll come back to my question when I think of it.
Thanks. And I do have a future legal question when we move on from the development agreement. But for the development agreement, I guess more of a comment, Mr. Chair. I guess I understand the technicalities of not doing them at the same time, but doing it at the same meeting. But aren't we creating precedent where if somebody's asking for a rezone, they're going to feel like they need to turn a development agreement, even though rezoning shouldn't be conditioned? I mean, is there any concern that crosses a line into some gray in state law?
Brian, do you want to take that?
I mean, that's a good question. I don't know how frequently we're going to see this in other rezoning applications. It may just be something that if we determine based on our experience here that this is not a great way to do business, and we'd rather kick that down the road till development review, maybe that's appropriate. I think it is a bit unusual in this case because we do have this sort of master site plan as the developer proposed, that sort of then leads into the conversation as to what else would we like to see that they might have come out later during development review, and it gets put into this. I mean, typically I would think my experience is that a lot of the rezone applications come in and they still haven't finalized their plan, so they're not to this level of detail with what they want to do. So I don't know how regularly this is going to come up, but I'm not concerned that we couldn't shut it down the road. If we decide that we don't like the way that this is unfolded, or we just decide that we don't want these to be in any way, shape, or form to appear to be connected to a rezoning decision, and we just say we're not going to consider these anymore. I don't think because we did it once, we have to do it every single time in the future. I think we can, if we decide that down the road that it's a mistake, we just say, we would prefer that we had not done that, so we're not going to do it anymore.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Additional questions or discussions on this? I guess maybe what I would request is if it's feasible and seems appropriate, could I request a brief memo that outlines the ideal or the timeline, the process and timeline for considering the development agreement, if council chooses to do so? Is that clear enough, Dave?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else on this item, on this topic of the proposed development agreement? Okay. I will go now to brief public comment on the proposed development agreement, and I have RT Cox.
Okay, did that work?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I have not been trying to be a crafty attorney, but I think you all know that I am an attorney. Despite my humble roots working nights at the Bonner Mill. This is an interesting and nuanced issue. I'm not sure I agree with all of Mr. Sudbury's opinions, but I understand where he's coming from. Development agreements are not a bad idea, obvious for all the obvious reasons of creating the kind of certainty and specificity that you normally achieve during a subdivision review process. This is for whatever reason, Mr. Alt's team has decided they don't want to go through the PUD process. They don't want to go through the subdivision review process, which any other project of this magnitude would go through. They are trying to get around that by combining a rezoning application with a site plan that is not binding and a development agreement that, in my opinion, is not binding. The closer you link the development agreement to your rezoning decision, the closer you come to violating the Montana statute about uniformity. Now, if you read my brief, and you probably don't want to, because who wants to read a lawyer's brief? There are many states that have adopted specific statutes that authorize the use of the development agreement in a rezoning decision. And they set forth typically some standards and requirements for that. Montana is not one of those states. Montana is one of those states that has a statute that requires uniformity in all districts that have the same zoning requirement. The development agreement, if it's not binding, right now you have a signature. Mr. Alt has decided to try to alleviate your concerns by signing this document, but it hasn't been accepted. It's not complete. It's not very specific. And there's no reason why he couldn't change it later, or maybe you want to change it later. It's very indefinite. My concern is that, and I'm speaking pretty candidly here, that if you in the back of your minds, as you're voting on this rezoning, think that this development agreement is going to be important and a solution to perceived problems with this island of high density development in Lower Grant Creek, but it's not included as part of the findings and conclusions, that creates an awful lot of ambiguity. I can assure you that I'm trying really hard to retire. And in case anybody thinks I'm being paid to do this, I am not. I volunteered to be the president of Friends of Grant Creek, and so I'm laboring on. I don't want to have to go any further with this. I really, really don't. But it creates a risk, and it creates a precedent that might be a problem. So, what Dave has been saying all along is exactly right. Review this proposal against the rezoning criteria, the criteria that talk about the plan and the transportation reviews and safety issues, and just completely ignore this development agreement. If they need a development agreement during the building permit process, they can ask for one then. Probably don't need one. The building permit process, if it gets to that stage, has its own procedures for the enforcement and requirements, improvements, whatever necessary. You've got a development agreement in front of you that does not contain any commitments to build crosswalks across Grant Creek Road or turn lanes or any of the improvements that Jeremy talked about. So I don't know. I'm not sure what the value of the thing is anyway, but all of those things will get worked out without a development agreement later. I think it's important to just look at the zoning criteria. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. I have now back to council. I have Ms. West.
So I just have a quick question. Just because there's a development agreement offered at the time of building permit, any additional mitigation that might be needed would still be available to, during the administrative process of pulling a building permit, right? Like above and beyond what's included in this development agreement. They're completely separate, right, Ryan?
Yeah, so the development agreement contains a term that you would expect that says, this development agreement doesn't override any applicable local, state, federal regulations that are otherwise applicable. So if the traffic mitigation report generates findings that their traffic mitigation is needed as part of the building permit review, it doesn't matter what this agreement says. I mean, if they need to do more than this agreement says, or something different, they'll need to do it to comply with the building permit review. If the traffic impact study somehow shows that they don't need to do anything, which I guess based on the conversation earlier, that's not unlikely, but just for the purpose of the conversation, they would still need to do what's in the development agreement. So the development agreement sets a floor, but any additional applicable regulations that may apply would still go above and beyond.
Okay, thanks. I don't see any additional hands up. So we are, I have Mr. Nugent. Jim, you go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I just want to be sure that everyone doesn't lose sight, and I tend to agree with Gwen that this thing hasn't really been discussed. It hasn't really been presented. And both the Montana Constitution and the state statutes in black and white, you don't have to be a crafty attorney, in black and white, they require a reasonable opportunity for public participation before there's any final decision made on some important matters such as a development agreement. So I tend to agree with Gwen. You kind of need to slow down and make sure that you're providing a reasonable opportunity for the public to weigh in and review. And Dave said there's a revised document. I haven't seen the revised document. I haven't seen anything in the communications indicating that there's a revised document. So I think we've got some shortcomings at the moment with respect to providing the public with a reasonable opportunity for public participation.
Yeah, thanks for that. I agree. I think, and I hope it's been evident that this process has intended to provide those opportunities with the way that public comment has been provisioned and with the timeline that we've adopted. So I think that that's a great point, and hopefully that will be, those details can be spelled out in the memo requested. Okay. So at this time, we can have additional follow-up discussion on anything, recognizing, of course, that this is still a public hearing, and so there's that we're still in a public hearing until June 6th, but we can take additional discussion and then go from there. And I have Mike Nugent.
Thanks, Chairman Hess. I believe one of the opponents mentioned that they're concerned this is spot zoning, and we've received a couple public comments in our email that have suggested this is spot zoning. So I'm wondering if somebody can explain for the record why this wouldn't be considered spot zoning, or what the technicality difference would be, just to answer that public comment.
Dave, you want to take that?
Sure, I can, and Ryan, please feel free to either lead or back me up, one or the other. Would you prefer to take it, Ryan?
Well, I don't know. What are you going to say?
All right, well, I'll show you.
Well, I mean, I looked at that. I think the major issue that affects the analysis on that point is that the development that's proposed here is in compliance with the growth policy designation for this area. And so because it's in compliance with the growth policy designation for the area, it's the courts have indicated that that's a driving indicator of whether or not something is not going to be considered spot zoning. So if even if there's a three-part test that courts look to determine in Montana if there's spot zoning, but there was a recent case out of Whitefish that sort of refined the application of that test, where the proposed development was in conformance with the growth plan, and the Montana Supreme Court effectively said that if it's in compliance with the growth plan, it's not going to be considered spot zoning, because that's what an overarching public review and public process determined was the appropriate zoning for that area. So that's I think my analysis on whether or not spot zoning applies in this particular instance. That there are other elements that apply, but I think the fact that the growth plan indicates this is in conformance, that it's high density residential, then I don't think there's a spot zoning issue.
Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Mr. Carlino.
Thanks. So since Title 20 makes us go with the stricter zoning for the meantime, without a rezone, essentially 87% of this would be zoned R5.4. So that would mean that without a rezone, the government would be restricting 87% of this parcel to only single family homes on 5,400 square foot lots. Is that correct?
I'll address that. And I'd like to just share my screen for a second, if I may. So the numbers that I presented before are a little bit off. So the concept is accurate though. So under the zoning, actually, first I'll go to this slide. So again, you'll recall that although the majority of the subject property is zoned RM135, that under the split zoning, the stricter applies. And so in this case, the northern property, which is about 35 of the 44 acres or 80%, reverts to R5.4, and about 9 acres reverts to RM135. So in concept, that's right. I guess what it boils down to is because of that split zoning clause that requires the stricter zoning to apply, the majority of the property would be essentially zoned single family. In practice, it's zoned single family residential, despite the fact that there are several zoning designations across the property.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Any additional discussion on anything we've heard today or anything we haven't heard today?
I just have a question procedurally. So on Monday night, currently council is scheduled to make a decision, have final consideration on the rezoning. And so I guess in thinking about the development agreement, do you want them to occur? Do you want to put off the rezoning until you have the development agreement idea vetted and thoroughly considered and public input, or do you want to move ahead with the rezoning, or do you just want to wait and sit on that and let staff kind of come up with a recommendation?
Well, I think, there's a lot. I guess I would appreciate a staff recommendation on how those relate, what's the best approach to make sure that there's the correct opportunity for public involvement, to make sure that if we do pursue a development agreement, that it is enforceable, that it provides public benefit. And I mean, because at its core, the concept of a development agreement is to create public benefit and to create certainty. And I think that's something that that is worth getting right. And so I would, I guess, rather than making a snap decision right now, I'd appreciate staff input on what the best approach is.
Thank you.
And I think, just by the mechanics of how the rezone is queued up, that would be on the council agenda for final consideration on Monday. But of course, if there was a need to return the item to committee or anything, and I'm not suggesting an outcome, but there would be tools available on Monday night to move forward one way or another with a vote up or down on the rezone, as well as delaying if necessary. So that would be my request. Anything else from the committee at this time? Okay. I do want to go back to public comment if anyone wants to provide additional comment. I also want to, of course, in that category, of course, welcome the development team. If there's anything that anyone wants to respond to, we could take additional comment at this time. And Mr. Cox, you can go ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
One sentence. If they had gone forward with a PUD process instead of changing to a development agreement, which introduces all kinds of legal uncertainty into this process, you wouldn't be here today. Thank you very much for your tolerance, and you folks work really hard doing this. And I've worked with city councils and county commissions many, many, many times, and I know it's a lot of hard work. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Mr. Langstaff.
Yes, John Langstaff. I would just like to say thank you for your ongoing commitment to making this a free and open process. And even though we do rely on a crafty attorney at times, the population of Grant Creek is 100% opposed to the change in this zoning. And we know that in the long run, you folks will appreciate our efforts to make this a better community by supporting the zoning as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else today? Okay. I'm not seeing anyone else with the hand up. So I'll reiterate that this will be before the council on Monday, July 6th, or June 6th, I'm sorry. We will look forward to some additional clarity on the development agreement process. And without anything further, we'll be adjourned.